the first player able to float the company on its own. This guy over here, he had 350 something bucks. So he's setting it at 70 bucks. And it's not optimal. It's not maybe the best place to put my money if other places develop, but get it started, you know. There may be other companies that show up that are more advantageous, but Priority said, no, I don't want to do anything. And he's like, okay, I'm going to jump in and kickstart stuff. A little weird. I mean, he's doing the best money-wise. He's got the best companies in place. Some people's philosophy is, hey, don't shake things up if, you know, if you're doing well. My feeling is, shake things up. Why? Because somebody else is going to do it if you don't. You know, you've got to grab the opportunities that there are. There's no place for him to put his money. He might as well invest it now that he has an opportunity. Cry, you know, for a place to put money. So the next two players who don't have anything they want to do with their, or can do in some cases with their companies, the only one who wants to do something maybe, buy a share. And now we're at him. Now we had been talking about floating the MS, which starts here. My train is not really able to expand much any further. I have 155 bucks. I'm pulling $40 in, so I could go to 195. That would allow me to buy that first 3 train, assuming player number 1 doesn't buy. I could hold off on my decision. A second 1 train, I could be running one down here on my original run, and then start another one going through my capital and start, you know, my headquarters and start running some stuff there. On the other hand, getting the jump makes sense. Well, what do I have? I have 20% here. I have enough money for another 20%, and I have a potential share I could exchange in. Is that optimal? Not really. On the other hand, I'm not absolutely certain he's going to float. There are advantages to holding off on my decision. I know that more reds are going to get sold, but I'm going to say on a 1 or a 2, I decide to just pull the trigger, because what else am I going to do? Okay, so I'm going to hold my position, but that means that I can't buy a red Bosnian line share, because if I buy that, I won't have the money to go forward. So I'm just going to pass. Player over here with the 1 does indeed want to exchange. I had made that decision already, because why? Why? Because why, I say. I'm not sure it's all that optimal for him either. He's only got 1 train without a lot of room to expand, but how's his money? It's a little less than his. I've got 150 bucks in my treasury, which says, I thought my complaint had been they had the same money and couldn't. I don't know. 150, which says, assuming it doesn't expand any, and it will. So I'd be going up to 60. I'd be getting 30 plus 10 is 40 in my company treasury. That puts me up to 190. I could buy that first 3 train. On the other hand, I don't have anything I can do with it. So for me, that 3 train really just means I get to run through another thing. I am going to go for the expansion. Now that means I'll be running my 1G, unfortunately, not in the best of locations, because unless I put a dot here, I can't make this run anymore. So I'd be running it down here or something, which, you know, I could upgrade so that I boink up and boink down or whatever, but that may not be my primary consideration. So this may stop becoming such a coal-related railroad. I take a look at my cash. I have 2 shares here. I have enough for 2 more, and that's it, because I set the price at 100. But I do have another share there. Well, I could exchange one of those in so that I can make sure that I start this at 50%. Do I want to make the exchange as the first thing? It becomes immediately a more attractive stock than the Bosnian, which means I'll probably see a lot of shares subscribed to if I exchange that too. If I just buy a share, because the price is set, I can do that. Maybe it's more of a question for people whether or not they want to do it. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop my $100. Instead of buying a red share, I buy one of these. And I'm leaving my own decisions open and available to change. We have another share of the Bosnian going here, another one there. It's floated. It's operating at this point, which means I can pull out the charters and all that kind of stuff. But before I get to that, these 2 guys both decided, hey, I don't want to hold 2 shares of this, that's for sure. That would be a nightmare, because this thing could buy trains for his companies, and then the share corporation, which doesn't look all that attractive to begin with, could end up in one of our hands. Is very likely, because priority is almost certainly to end up on that side of them. Unless, and we don't have the ability to sell the shares, so if things look bad, we kind of know we're screwed. So you don't, in this game, and in games that have this kind of restriction against selling on the turn on a company floats, it's very hard to get an investor, which I like, because I don't tend to like that collusion to float a company type stuff, although it probably makes sense in some games. That brings me over to him. The situation hasn't really changed. I'm still kind of stuck with the, do I want to start my company or no? And again, there would be advantages to doing so. One of the biggest problems that I have is whatever runs through here, this isn't going to be brown until too late. My corporation will be floated when that turns brown. So whatever runs through here doesn't have boinkerage that it can go through. So while I can build track that goes near that, I can't build track that hits it. Which means then, I mean, I could initially and then spring out. Which means I'm looking at something like this, which could be pretty good. But I'm really thinking, here's what I don't like about it. Okay, the blue, and I'll have a train, so I don't have to be forced to buy that 3 train. But what I don't like about it is just the watering things down without a lot of purpose. I think my tendency here is still to pass. But on a 1, I'm going to choose to go ahead and buy. And on a 2, I'm going to choose not to buy for certain. Okay, so I hold off. Which puts us back to him. He's got to make his decision. Well, he's already kind of made his decision. But I have enough money I can buy one of these red shares, no matter what. So I'll buy one of them and continue to delay what I'm up to. Which kind of freezes everyone in the same position again. In particular, this guy has a choice between buying a 4th share of his company or investing in something that's going to make money to begin with. So I think we're going to see kind of that still, hey, it's up to you. What do you want to do? Which is interesting because it throws the priority around this kind of being unwilling to commit. So we'll just say that happens. And now he buys his second share of this. I still haven't bought anything of any importance, but that second share may be enough that I've convinced people, look, you know, we don't want a second share of this. It doesn't look like that's starting, but I can't be sure. But it looks like if this isn't starting, maybe that, or if this is starting, maybe that isn't. That feels like what he's trying to express by not taking his moves. So I think this guy can say, you know what, I want one of these no matter what. I got nothing better to do with it. And if it doesn't start this time, it'll start next time. Remember, it's not 50% out. It's the presidency and 50%, which means if he doesn't convert this, people could just be buying worthless shares that they can't get rid of. That puts us to him, and I could buy 2 more shares of the red company. And given all this fiddling around, and I don't think that blue company's all that impressive to begin with, I'm just going to buy some of my stock. Screw him. I'm not sure why I was holding off to begin with. Okay. Now we got decisions on these people. And again, you know, at some point or another, you have to trust. Look, he's made his decision. He's not investing. He's set up so that he's wasting his money. We can afford to waste our money. There's nothing better we can put it in. We could put $100 in the yellow if that looked like it was starting instead. But screw it. Don't let him get that advantage through this game. And everybody agrees. Everybody agrees. It's a groupthink. And this kind of groupthink actually happens in the games that I'm used to playing, not just when I'm soloing it. But somebody buys a share and everybody's kind of like, yeah, you know, you're right. Which brings it over to here. I have money for a share of each. I think I've made my decision already anyway. I'll buy my red share. Again, I do not want 2 of them unless I'm guaranteed priority over the president. That puts us to him. Well, something neat has happened. I don't have to commit these, but I can commit this. So I'll commit my presidency there, and I'm going to shift materials, and I'll also get that guy's charter open and available. Bohemian first, it starts with $800. That's the 8 shares at $100 each, plus this 150, plus this, and the private company is gone. Now, that was, I hope, the one. That also gets rid of these tokens. And get rid of this one as well. It should no longer serve a purpose. Okay. And for this one, this was started at $70. It had no reserved shares. So it starts with $700, and I gotta figure out how to fit it over here. It'll probably be like that for now. And all of its starting pieces. Sorry about the shakiness. Why apologize there when I'm skidding? It's actually not the shakiness that I think bothers people. It's when I quick zoom or when I quick pan. That's when it's really seasick. A little bit of shakiness, it's a little bit of jitter, and I think the camera actually does something about that to some extent. I know the older ones did. So what did we just do? We just converted for this. Now, what's kind of neat about all of this is I don't need to exchange these things that make me $25 each. I can hold on to them. I could exchange them each one's an action to get more shares, and I could actually go above 60% by exchanging them. So they're an interesting option that we'll leave open. We got a pass over there, definitely. Over here, well, I made my decision to buy 2 shares of my company instead of 1 share of the blue. And what's neat about that, I just sold out. Selling out's important in this because it will raise my stock value, but it won't raise the amount of cash that I have available. And I probably have room to fit him up here. We'll see. That puts me over here. Now, he doesn't have enough money, so that's a pass, and we're getting close to the end. You know, if I knew I was going to get priority, I could have bought that extra share, but you can't take the chance. And over here, I could buy one, but that doesn't do me any good. I immediately give priority to the owner of the company. Over here, buy one of these. That means the guy who kind of kicked this off and did some of the most stuff of all gets the priority back. And when we rotate around, the only people with enough money don't have something they want to buy. They can only buy the red shares, and they really don't want 2 shares of that with the president having priority and other companies. That's a recipe for disaster at this point in the game, because at some point in the game, the directorship being 2 shares becomes kind of important. But not if it's going to cripple you because there's no money and no trains on board it. The red company is sold out, the blue company is not. So the stock value goes up, and we run into the first of 2 operating rounds, again paying off the mountain railways. Realizing I fucked up, and not with my camera as I was afraid I did. So I'm looking at this guy, and I was thinking, oh, he's got enough money for another train. He had enough money for a 3 train, not a 2G. And that's important because for the 2, and let me take this away, that's not going to make sense. The 2G, the point behind that was, hey, I can run, well, I wanted to run another G train down here, preferably a 1G, which I absolutely cannot buy. I have no use for a 2 train. I'm running out of a coal mine only. I think I fucked up. And I can't I can't do anything about it. So what that means is I am not going to be able to run a second train coming out of here, which was what I was counting on. There are, I mean, I could build something that heads this way eventually. That's not terribly appealing to me. It's a lot better for the one that's no longer in existence. If I could get a tight curve in here, I could add another doink. Yay that. Presumably, I could shoot down and over and add a couple more spaces in there. But again, it's really not exactly what I wanted to do. I saw something much, much more appealing. Now, if I can get a 2G, no, I don't, yeah, because what I'd be doing is running here and then up, okay, and not to here, just to here. What I'd like to do, though, is hit Vienna if I get a 2G. And that's not terribly easy either. But maybe if I start building out of here or something along that line, I'd be able to get something. Or possibly even better, cutting out of here. So I'm going to have to do some dancing to try to get some value out of this. This sharp curve that would fix, you know, my short-term solution, well, all the sharp curves are already on the board because I've been being a dick everywhere. The company upgraded its home base for It's Eventual Corporation, and upgraded also to a 2G train. Why is that a big deal? It's not right away. And in fact, I wish I was set up to go into there because that would be kind of cool. But if I can hook up to this, I get a really big coal run off of that. So I've got reasons now that I see that this is in place to move forward with that. Fourth also bought itself a upgraded to a 2G because I can run this, make a couple extra bucks off of it each round. Seems worthwhile, and now I can start focusing on building a route maybe to Budapest. That looks appealing. I'm not getting that nice big connection that I had last game that looked so rich. We'll see, because green, these can upgrade to green. It's only the double doinks that cannot. And that gets us through all the coal mines. And now we go again to the pre-state railways in the same order we did before. Nothing's changed with them. And then we go to these two. On miners. I upgraded this so that I can run my 2 and my 3, making a big 18. That's the biggest run so far. And then the other two, very conservative, just collecting up cash. This one, you know, there's some, I still can only have 2 trains on any given one of these, but there's some focus towards, hey, the Südbahn, you know, if I get a dot here, which I almost certainly will, might be running a coal train up there. That's very appealing. So there's some possibility for that, but there's also, I've got the 3 corporation with this one, and by putting this down here, I can start building track for a coal run that the 3 will use. And again, you can leverage your companies in that kind of way. Even though they're far apart to begin with, now they can hook up a huge value gain for his eventual company. Of course, everybody will see that as it's happening, and it'll look obviously valuable, and people will grab up the shares of it. So, you know, there you have that. For the 2 Budapest companies, one of them got a bell ringer at 19 or 190 bucks, and upgraded this. This guy, the second one, upgraded that track to be able to hit Budapest, to be able to hit Vienna again. That would be, let me see, that's not optimal. So I'm running my 2 train that way. Yeah, but coming out of here is not easy because of the way that track was laid. I could just shoot up into here and down, and that would give me my best track. With about as many track lays, assuming that things go okay. But now I've got about 100 bucks on here, and I want to make sure that I can buy, okay, there is a 3 train available, but that's probably going to be gone. I need 240 bucks on this company. I've got right now 130, 230. Do I need any money on here? No, they generate money on their own, and we're gonna get the 4 trains. Fuck. So my hope was to get a 3 running on each of these and a 2 running on each of these. I'm not gonna see that. So at this point, I'm looking at buying a 4 train. Now, I don't want to buy the 2. It's garbage. It's going to die, which means I can't upgrade the 3, which means I'm going to need 280 bucks on this company, and I don't have it. Fuck. I am screwed. Basically. This is not good. Maybe I don't want to make this track lay either. So if I don't have a train on one of these, even though they're miners, I still have to pay it out of pocket. And that's something I would really rather not do. And now I'm beginning to regret having bought an extra train or whatever because I seem to have helped cause my own problem. Of course, I need the cash from that train, and I need the 3 train to survive the 4s. But yeah, I'm not able to get back to this in time, and it couldn't have bought a train. So I'm just kind of screwed. I think what that means I want to do is I want to throw all my money in here, buy the 3 train. That's going to mean this isn't going to run next time, probably. But at least I have $230 out of the $280 that I need to pay. I'll only be paying $50 out of it. Losing $50 this early in the game is a big deal. There's no question about that. But you know, this is a harsh game. It can do some really nasty stuff with the way the trains come out, and I'm not good at projecting when I'm playing, into the future when I'm playing a bunch of different players at once, especially when I'm not familiar with something. So yeah, that was painful. And that'll put us over to the KK rails. This just exacerbates his situation. He had picked the Budapest line for whatever reason, thinking that these wouldn't work all that well comparatively. They ended up split up. No, not those. The Sudban ones wouldn't work terribly well in one person's hands. They would have worked fine in one person's hands. And I would have had the choice to buy these 2 instead. And had I foregone taking the 2 in order to penalize him for having the 4 coal company, I could have instead worked out a nice synergy with these that probably would have worked out better. And now on top of that, on top of a situation where I was not doing all that well from the start because of my choices, now I've got this other problem that's snowballing that I thought was going to look really nice, that I was going to have the same kind of situation he has. Of course, he's got a problem too. He doesn't have enough money for a 4 train either. He could go cannibalize this one. I don't know. But he could certainly buy one with his new corporation. Get me out. He doesn't have enough money to lay the track that he needs to lay. Which means he's only running one of those 3 trains. We're making mistakes all over the place on this one. I don't feel like I was making these same kind of mistakes in the last game. I made mistakes, rules mistakes having to do with the phase changes, and I'm trying to be more careful with that now, but I'm making other kinds of mistakes in this one. So in addition to making too crappy a run, for someone who, if I had left a 2 train over there, would have had the money to do that. This thing pushes out another 3 train. That's the last 3 train. It was due to go. The question was whether I wanted to hear. The problem is I don't want him buying it. He could actually really use a 3 train. It's kind of a deal for him. And having too many over here, well, I got a company I can swap around with as needed to some extent. I'm going to have a lot of trains on the KK when it comes out. Well, no, I'm not, because the 6 train kills all the 3s. But that means the 4 is the next train available. And if he wants to buy a real train, he has to buy a 4. Otherwise, he's a coal company. The first thing that happens with that company is his home token goes down. And then we start thinking. The problem I have is something I mentioned before. I no longer have access to this sweet little call route. Instead, what I have is coming out of here, I can make this call route, and that's it. Unless I do some track changes. That's not very much. If I want to improve it immediately, with hopes of fixing it later, well, the biggest improvement I can do is throw a dot down here, and then, oh look, I get my old call route back. Feels like I picked the wrong company to start out of the 2 people who were choosing, but I don't know, I probably would have run in danger the other way as well. but yeah, the coal company has to start at one of the coal mines. Well, the coal train, the G train, has to start at one of the coal mines in order to have any value, which means, and I have to pass through a dot. So the next best thing I can do is go through this doinker, and I'm still going to be making shit money. And then there's the question of, well, would I rather be setting up something that is really useful, like trying to get down here or something along those lines? And maybe. I'm really not sure. I need to think about this. Because I could, say, buy a dot here, which would give me a lot of power over Vienna. It's not as good as having a dot in Vienna, though. And I don't know, I mean, this doesn't really give me much except access to Vienna, which I could get here too instead, which is actually kind of pleasing. I have enough money to upgrade to a 2G train. A 2G train does me a lot of good because that lets me run from here into here and then conceivably onward later. Whereas, yeah, so I think that's what I'm going to do, is I am going to try to figure out what my track is going to look like. So if I did a sharp hook here, I can get into that crap. I'm not sure what my home city looks like, but that adds me some money right away. That makes the 2G appealing, and I'm really not sure if I want to just buy that 4. That's become a lot less enticing in a lot of ways, although it would hit the hell out of these the proto-state railways for the next run, and that's an attractive feature. That's money I'm not involved in at all. With my run is going to be $3 a share. One, two, three. I'm sorry, $4 a share, and I get $10 in my company treasury. Not trusting that this company with all those 3s over there is gonna buy a 4 train. I bought the 4 train, I upgraded to the 2G. That leaves me with only $500 left. I did not buy a dot. Why didn't I buy a dot? I got nowhere useful I can buy it. I laid that track, I made my money per share, and now I'm setting up. My plan next time is maybe to keep building out. I don't know. I've got to do something about. I got to do something about that 4 train. I need to use it, and it's not going to be terribly useful next time. Basically, what I can do, the 2G can run to here. Coming out of this coal mine, and then I can run the 4 there, depending on what's going on, right? But I can build track for my G train heading out there. Actually, yeah, it's got to go that way. Fuck, that's not the way I want to go. But or like I was looking at, oh, I got a nice G run going out there, but I don't really, because I got to hit this other city here. Or I could try to build track for the 4 train to cut down around here or something. But we'll see what happens, because the 4 train just came out, which means at the end of this operating round, these guys come into play as a corporation. I don't know what that's going to do, but it opens up another corporation that we weren't really necessarily thinking about, but that was pretty much destined to come out here. That puts us on the last of the rails. Okay, I was going to play this, but that doesn't make sense. Let's go this way instead. My starting place is actually a red space. This is one of the odd games where corporations can start, where a corporation starts in the red space. I can put this here. I don't know if I want a dot here. This is looking, because of this double doinker, it's beginning to look like it might be important, it might not. But I can hold off. There's nothing that's going to grab that dot. Purple could go out of its way to do it if it forms, but I don't think it's going to form. And then I am going to buy for 250 bucks one of these 3 trains, because I really don't need more than a 3 train on this company. And this company doesn't need that 4 train, it doesn't need a 3 train. It doesn't need 2 trains on its next run necessarily. Well, it doesn't need it. It's only got a single train right now if I'm buying that train away from it. So that's great, right? That takes away, and so he was right. The 4 trains wouldn't have come out, or maybe they would have in order to damage people, but who knows. Of course, he bought a train for iffy purposes. Now, this did not get to make a run, so it falls back, and then we finish the operating round. So that's something that I wanted to mention, actually, is and I may have said it before, but the upgrading to a company means that I didn't have that first turn falling back on the stock market that you normally see when a corporation forms. This guy did. He didn't have a choo-choo. But most of the companies are formed out of something else. And they will probably have usable trains on their first turn coming out of the gates. And they may not have a great run, but, hey, so I got a 4 run. At least I didn't go back in stock value, That's the usual cost of starting a company. So it's an easier way to leverage your new companies. And this is the same with things like where miners turn into corporations. In a lot of cases, they get a run right away. Boom. What happens is the formation of the Sudobahn. These are pre-programmed, they're scripted in there, they come in with a certain train. In this case, the first 4 trains purchase at the end of the operating round. It happens. And this cleared up some of that 2 train problem. Not for him, but the other 2 companies that were really without a train fell into the Sudobahn. And so it was no big deal that they were lacking their trains. This was the one guy that it's a problem for, a serious problem. It shows up with all the resources that were available to those companies, which look kind of meager, except for the cash, because it gets another $720, which is in there, in addition for the 6 extra shares that were not accounted for by minor companies, and it gets the dots. It looks like a disjointed mess, which it did not last game. Last game it had only 2 tokens, and they were nicely integrated. Here, yeah. Somebody done made a mess, and it's his fault, the owner of the company, when it comes down to it. He's the one who did this to it. The bringing out of the 4 trains has another collateral effect, which I forgot about. Again, I really have to look at these phase changes. 3G trains are available. Yeah, we know that. The mountain railways are all closed. That's not right. Oh yeah, that's the collateral effect I was going to talk about. Train limit for regionals is 3. And we don't have that problem yet. The Sudobahn is founded, and the train limit for the Staatsbahn is 4. Now, let's look at where the 4 came in. It came in down here on the blue company. This is important because people could have traded in for a share of the red company and gotten nothing from it. So it doesn't really matter in this instance. I caught it at the right time and everything. So we actually start with the person who holds the first of these, and they have an option to trade in. Now, priority is over here, so there's some risk to grabbing a blue share, except he doesn't have a second company, so unless he just basically trashes the company, I'm probably safe pulling a share of that. I'm not allowed to grab a share of Sudobahn, but I could grab one of these. I'm going to cash in for one of these. They look the most valuable of the options I have. Likewise over here, the most valuable option. That finishes them off now. And that means, wow, all the reds got sold out. Awesome. That means this guy has a troublesome situation. Now, if he grabs a BH, he's in some danger, but not really, because he has priority. And there's no way of dumping a company in the course of a turn, even if there's a corporate takeover. I didn't go over all the rules. If there's a financing issue, you cannot lose a presidency during it, which is okay because you're allowed to take loans out for that. So, well, can't take one of those. That means I have to make my choices with the other two companies, what I'd want to take. And that's not a trivial decision to make. Because, like we saw, this guy was considering, but that's not knowledge that I have. And I'm not really clear, which company looks the best set up. This one doesn't look too terrible. Green looks terrible. So I'm going to cash one in at least for a yellow share, which isn't going to be able to make me any money this round. And I can't sell it until the company has actually operated. I don't want to have two shares of the same company for various reasons, so I'll take a black share with the other one. That distributes my liability as well in terms of like, well, one may start, the other may not, or something like that. And not really liability. I'm more worried about the liability in terms of holding two shares, right? I'm probably safe with that at this, because of the not being able to sell them easily. So that gets rid of all the mountain railways. I was about to hand them $25 each, and I said, wait a minute, those cancel out on the fours. Screw that. Okay. And that means we start off with the coal companies, which don't have a very long life ahead of them. There are 3 more 4 trains available. One of them is going to get burned at the end of the round. So these are going to convert fairly soon. So I'm probably not too unhappy with these exchanges, although I lost $50 for them. And a little bit too much detail here maybe, but in running this, created my cash, whatever, but also exchanged my train for a 2G after building track that'll allow me to run eventually this run only to there, but maybe something else once I get that sharp hook in place. Why a 2G? Well, I don't need the 2G right away, but when the 3G comes out, I believe that kills the 1Gs. If I could find one. Yeah, that'll kill the 1Gs. So I want to make this step up. I was close to enough cash to buy a second 2G, but I'd rather save that money because I really, or to buy a second G train and have a 1 and a 2, because I just don't see much use out of running 2 different lines, essentially. So, although the 2G could run, which is pretty sweet on its own, I'm looking at, I'm going to be converted, very shortly. Next stock round, I think I'm going to do the conversion, which means I'm going to want to have a real train on there as well. Unlike this Bohemian one, although that's actually not too bad, it looks like it has a decent route being set up for a regular train. I feel like I've got a regular train set up here. In my last game, these guys up there, up in the northern area, were so devoted to their coal runs that they kind of had iffy regular runs, and the Bohemian, which was the worst positioned of all of them for the run, basically this track wasn't existing yet, ended up, I think it came to there and ran in, but I think it ended up, well, know it ended up with a really horrible 6-train permanent train where it's got doinkers all over the fucking place. Thrilled with the options that I have over with this company. One of the things I gotta realize with it is, let's say the 5s come out in the middle of next operating round, which is pretty likely. I would end up, if there aren't enough shares out for 50%, with a 20% share of something that kind of can't run, that it's not allowed to run. It doesn't go back in value because it isn't operational yet, but that's a situation where some of my money's invested in not making me money, and I'm also not laying track or anything. So that's something you want to avoid. So there's a good chance that all the coal railways will fire off, depending on how many 4s get bought. You know, if there's a good load of them out there, maybe they won't get collapsed yet. But also I'm looking at a 1G, 2G. Okay, well, I'm running a pair of 1Gs essentially. I could up my income by building this, or I could try to increase my coal run down this way, which was my initial plan, but that seems to be kind of fading fast. Another really good coal run for the coal company itself is that one, but that doesn't help this starting location. I honestly don't know. I feel like I should be building track rather than trying to get an extra $5 in my pocket and $5 in the company treasury. And not this track that might be fantastic for a 2G run very shortly, but rather the track coming out of here that I'm actually going to use. Which set of track is most interesting? Well, honestly, making my way down into the Vienna area is the part that I think I'm most intrigued by. For the 4 company, I upgrade this. It makes me more money, but it allows me to hook right in. This is where my company starts. If I don't get that hooked in, I'm wasting all the track I built. Yes, I would have liked to have gone up this way. No more time. I make a great run. $120 base, plus the 40 for the 2 trains in there. Really sweet. Not enough to do anything with in terms of the company. As you can see, and it's not just the coal companies, it's also the proto state railways. Managing the transition is a really important part. I think it's especially important with the coal railways, though, and these couple are really troublesome, but honestly, these guys are too. You want to make sure that you're getting into the right line, that you're going to end up with the right kind of trains on your companies, especially for the permanent trains. This was a problematic situation that involved shifting trains in my other game that should not have happened the way it did. Okay, now that puts us back to the protos, which now that one of them's gone, we're down to the purple. Right away, we got a problem there. I got to buy me a train. Now, I could shift this train back and forth until the corporation forms, but I have $230 out of the $280 that I need for a 4 train. I'm going to throw the $50 extra in. And the way that happens, we just shift these in here. And get the money out of here. I gotta decide on a track lay for that. I'm gonna have a 4 train. Again, it's just a matter of, I'm gonna be owning 30% of this company. I'm gonna be running it. Paying $50 now is better than paying a whole lot more later. And you can see I didn't have to go into debt for that. But what is my 4 run gonna look like? Well, I want it to go 1, 2, and from there it gets kind of interesting. I don't have an obvious, I mean, I can come down 3, 4, but I don't have anything that's just clearly, oh geez, I have to, this is definitely where I want to go. So I'll probably put a little bit of more thought in that. Mix things up a little bit. terms of order, and we'll get to that in a moment. Basically, this piece got laid ahead of time. The one, but it's going to be played immediately. The one company of the KK line. I was planning on going into Pressburg, but without an additional train, I don't need that. So I'm starting to stretch up here. That left me enough money that I could buy a 3G. The 3G kills all the 1Gs and does some harm to a couple of the remaining coal companies, which is not the main reason for it. The main reason is I'm planning on running 1, 2, and then really up here and through into there right away, although I could just curve into there, which makes this actually not necessary. I think I want that track anyway, because what I would eventually like to do is run a 3 or a 4 through there. Can't really run the 4, or we can't run the 3 through this space, but we could conceivably, break into other dot heavens, and I would rather do that than hit this extra space here, although right away that might be the most economical of the spaces to choose. So I'm setting up my G train there. Now then the question comes to him, would he be better off doing something else? So let's say I come out of here. Well, one thing is, these are going to probably collapse into each other, but not right away. They don't happen until the 6 trains come out, which is quite some time. And I'm kind of guaranteeing myself. So the 4 train kills the 2G, the 4G kills the 2G, but it's not until the 5G, the 3G dies. So I've got a longer lasting train, so I won't completely have a failed run when the 6s come out. I've guaranteed my bigger train. Granted, I paid more than I would for a 4, which I could have bought as well, but I don't need a 4. I've got a pair of 3s on that company. Let me think about this track lay then. My 3 run is going to be running $80-90. And that's this company. They keep swapping values. This one went up higher now, this one went down because of trains that are being destroyed. Everything's getting juggled around at this point. These markers kind of don't mean anything on the miners, except as kind of a mnemonic. They'd probably be better off if I used them over there as initiative markers. But what I'm gonna be running is just a normal 3 train out of here for a while, which means instead of playing this, much as I want it eventually maybe, I think what I'd rather do is start working this towards other things, because I'm hitting butt kiss right now. So I think I'm going to actually put this into play. I hope that doesn't screw me over. There's a sharp hook piece, but there's only one. All kinds of stuff like that. I don't think I need this piece of track though, with this company. And then I make my my run for 45 and 45. One is the first of the big railroads to go. It beat this out by $10 in its initial, and it had a train to begin with. It ran for $12 a share, which is kind of shit. I don't think I laid any track, which I should. But I bought myself a 3G. I'm still debating whether or not I want one of these 4 trains. In a sense, here's the problem. You buy a 5 train, and yes, it lasts out until the 10s, but maybe you don't want to last out until the 10s. Maybe you want to get your permanent trains early. So the 4s are kind of attractive. The 3s, well, but my problem there is, what will I run a 4 on? Well, I got room up here actually. So right now I'm running my 3, 1, 2, 3. I'll run my 3G 1, 2, 3 here with all these doinks in there, at least to begin with. I'm looking at a more extensive doinker run, which might, come out of here or something, or run out of there, or whatever. It's hard to tell until the track starts to develop. But I actually have room to hit Vienna again. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think I'll buy a 4 train as well. All that being said, what do I do with my doinkerage? And maybe I want to break through here and up, or break down through here. It's really hard to tell what this is going to be. I can't really add to it right away because this is just zoomp, right, like this. Now I could throw these in with no problem, and I put a dot in Budapest. I think that's the more important, but I'm going to probably want a dot there as well. And I got one more remaining. Exactly with the Bohemian is to get me out of up here with my regular train, which means I drop myself in here. So I'll be able to run a 4 run out of here, and the 2G I'll run 1, 2. It's got to go through one of these two, and then I guess boink there because I can't double back or anything. But eventually maybe I can cut my way through. There may not be the piece of track I want though, and that's one of the problems. Is it's hard to visualize whether there's some. I think there's one. No, there's not one that has 2 wide curves on it. But there might be something that gets me into here. I'm not going to be able to make that direct cross here. I'm not going to be able to make it here, I don't think. Maybe I can. And then ignore this dot. Whatever. I'll show you my little trick for counting in this game to give some extra tokens. Well, this runs for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. So I put this marker here, not touching this one yet, because it helps me. I can use multiple markers to calculate out what we're seeing. And then for the 4 train, well, there's no reason for me to head up there and possibly conflict with anything. So 50, 80, 14 more, which puts me up to 23. And that's why this token's kicking around there. It just helps me in terms of figuring out my runs. And that's a decent amount of money. But I know the runs are going to get much, much better. But how soon? How soon will they get better? That's a good question. My trains aren't going to improve, but the run is going to improve, I assume, over here somehow. Tight stock of tracks in this game. It definitely is for the yellows, I think. I don't know. They just get eaten up real quickly. I don't think there's a tremendously small number. It looks like there's a fair amount for this size board, but they just, the tracks become so convoluted. Look how much of the board is covered with track, because you want to hit doinkers, you want to hit non-doinkers, etc. So people are building track in conflicting purposes, and they have to go through 2 different types of spaces, and it creates weird stuff, like all of this, and then, something else in a game that started, we're pretty early in the game still, and there are a lot of impediments to crossing the board. Except here, I guess. So, for this BH company, I've got kind of a problem. I would have loved to have put a dot here, took a wide curve here, and figured I'm getting into either Budapest or Vienna. But I'm out of wide curves. And I think the best I can do is just increase my income a little bit. I'm not going to want a dot here. Until the browns come out, I can't bust into most other places. And just run my little 70 We're still at 10, 8 a share run. That's the best I can do down there. I doubt I'm getting a train, but so I would love to get in on this game, but again, that would take a dot down here somewhere, and I don't have a lot of dots. This is a regional line, even though, you know, it didn't start with a coal company, so it's a little bit more restricted, and one of these two dots is probably going to be vital to me. Getting to this one is hard because that got cut off. Well, not just. I'd have to work my way to it, and there's no guarantees I'd win the race there. That busts us to the end of the series of operating rounds. We'll be sliding into the stock round again, but we got to kill the last 4. And that means any new companies are going to be looking at if they want to buy another train, which isn't clear that they want to. I mean, remember, this is the only company, at least because all the miners are out. This is the only company that starts without anything. You know, so like these guys. Do I want to take a chance with any of them and not start them? I don't know. That's a decision we make in this upcoming stock round. But right now, it feels like, wow, I'm just not sure. Are there any of them that want a 5 train? Not this guy. Maybe this guy. He's heading into some interesting stuff that's not coal mining stuff, but he's blocked off of Budapest right now, and until that plays out, who knows what I want. I didn't want to go this way, I don't think. Not after getting cut off. That's made a decision that was kind of a hard decision uglier. And remember, the direction of the track matters in this, the flow of the track, which is to say I can either go in this way or out that way. I can't do both like you can in like the 18 OE and EU and a few others. That it ends up making. I actually really dislike those games. Although figuring the track, I can feel why you do it in terms of, hey, a little bit of switching operations there. There's no reason the track should be unidirectional in that sort of way, that it should only flow one way. It's not hard to put those mechanisms in. What are they doing? Maybe, you know, back when the railways were stone instead of wood, the expense was so high. But in terms of gameplay, they make the whole board open, which means dots don't serve much purpose, there's not much blocking, and you really have a lot of different potential routes. So it makes route calculation hard. And I think the main reason people don't like it is the frustration element of being blocked off or whatever, and that whole part of the game. This is a game, unlike, you know, the economic manipulation ones that I really like. This is a game where it's the engineering, but it's not engineering of like, oh, let's see who can get a big route like an 18OE or whatever. This is engineering in the sense of all the dicky shit that you can pull in 1830 in terms of on the track and with the dots being magnified out, in addition to a lot of train manipulation that's enabled by this trade-in stuff. So, you know, you're trying to make your tools appear to be the tools that make good companies, but they're not just. They're the tools that wreck people's companies, and they're not wrecking people. You know, they're not just wrecking their economic standing in terms of, oh, look, you just got raped, and now you got to buy a big train, and you have a fantastic company that you have 2 shares of. Instead, it's really cutting the shit out of other people's companies, which I guess that's what is intriguing to me. And you can also cut the shit out of their trainage by busting up and forcing the trains out in really, really what I see as an innovative type fashion in terms of like it just opens up the trains in a way that most of the games don't have. Most of them you look at it and you say, well, the trains are kind of stuck for a while. Even with that exporting or whatever, you can make some predictions. Here, because the trade-ins, there's a lot of flexibility in terms of if you want to take a little bit of a cost, you could do some harm this way, whatever. All right, I'll take a little bit of a break of some sort or another before I go to the stock round. Entering into the stock round here. We got priority over here. He's got one company. He's probably not getting another one. He's got nothing that would indicate that he would. This is what he's got for the game, basically, plus whatever he invests in. And that's why I say, or that's one of the reasons why it's kind of important that an investor in the last game was able to come very close to the person who ran two very good companies with lots of trains. And he wasn't just riding that investment. He actually had a diverse investment, because you can't just ride an investment throughout the game. You can't tag along with someone, because they'll dump a company on you if they need to, in order to advantage themselves. So he's in kind of a problematic position. There's no shares that he can buy that are really worth anything that are out there. He could buy a Sudabon for 130, and that's actually looks pretty good. So that's what I'm going to do. I actually hadn't realized that was out there and available. And I was thinking, well, what am I going to do with my money? I'm not sure. I don't want to get a second share of pretty much any of this. Well, the only running things are not available, but that's not the case. The Sudabon is. So I wouldn't want to get a second share of one of these that aren't yet floated. I'm already over invested in them, essentially. But then the choice comes down to, well, do I buy a share of this thing that's not yet floated, or a share of the next one, the fives, the purple? They're likely to come out at the same time. That one may come out right away, though. And also already has a train on it that's set up. These guys have trains too, though. But they will not show up until at least the next operating round. But instead, yes, there is something worth buying. Something that no one bought before. It was just through an exchange. And then him, well, he's got a tricky situation. Because he's sitting on the 3 company that he probably wants to release, but he also has to protect his Sudabon. And that's problematic, because someone could actually seize control of the subsequent company here. And I gotta keep an eye out for that. And may not want to release that right away. Remaining players are snapping up the Sudabons like hotcakes. They look good. It's not a terribly safe thing to own 2 shares of, though, and this guy already had one. However, he has a plan in mind, which is releasing this. Do I want to buy my share first or release it? It doesn't really matter. I might as well spend $100 and pick one of these up for the eventual company. This situation's a little trickier. One nice thing that he's got 2 shares of this. He's sitting in the ultimate position. If this company looks terrible and looks like it's dying, he might drop it and end up just an investor. But he's probably going to try to run it as best as he can. I am not worried about him raping it. There are actually rules that kind of prevent you from doing that. If you're selling a train between players, you have to sell it at full value, which is weird, but whatever. But one of my problems, that this gives me some padding for my problem. But my problem is, I think I want to release my corporation at this point, and I only have the 2 shares from this and 2 more shares. That's 40%. Someone could buy me out. But if I sell that, I can buy the 5th share if need be. So since there's nothing else of interest out there, I will also buy into my own company. Well, is in a tricky position. If he wants to float his company, first of all, he won't be able to buy up Sudabon shares. But all I have is $100. That gets me to 30%. So I'll have to sell these shares in order to get more. Now, each one I sell drops things a layer. I probably should have done this already. Well, no, I'm sorry. Each company I sell from. So if I had multiple shares, it's not like an 1830, it's more like an 1835 mechanism. I probably want to sell both of them because I'm going to need that money. That's $200. That's enough to get me up to the 50%. Nobody can take Sudabon over because nobody has more than 10%, and there's 20% in there, unless something weird happens. In order to mark sales, since I have these extra counters, I can use them here, and that means I won't be buying those shares this stock turn, stock round, on any of my future stock turns. And I'll just get that $200 and convert it into a couple of shares of my rail. Actually converted the presidency over instead with the hopes that, I don't know. I wanted the sale first, and you'll see why in a moment. Not that it's any big shock. Picked up the BH that got dropped, picked up the BK that got dropped. Over here, bought another of the rail he's launching. Now, this is why I feel stupid. I've got only 40%. I am going to have to sell one of my shares to get rid of things. Let me look at my 2 companies. This is looking really good. That not so much. I'm going to actually sell the Bosnian line and keep my Bohemian 2 shares, just because, again, I trust my position here. And in fact, these people, well, this guy bought a Bohemian, extending his risk essentially. We made our way around. He bought another one, but this fellow over here picked up one of the green rails, which sort of frees him up in terms of, hey, I can float it. I have $100 loose. Now, I probably will invest that in my own company, but I don't have to. In particular, there are other possibilities. I could invest it in yellow if I think yellow is going to make more than me. Not really sure. I could invest it in the black one, but I'm not really impressed with how he's set up comparatively. And, well, there's reds available, but I don't want to own 2 shares of that for sure, because this could float and create a situation where I could get it dumped on me very easily. Nobody wants 2 shares of red. And there are other things I could throw it into, but right now, unless something drops that I'm not expecting, like maybe I don't know, not a Sudabon, maybe a Bavarian, or I'm sorry, Bohemian. I would rather get another share of that than anything else, I think. But might as well have my 40% in C in case the price drops on the Bohemians. I did not notice that this guy had a black. I just noticed it because he had a yellow, and I don't need to get the extra share of that either. Which means some people maybe passed on purchases or sold things that they didn't need to. I could have bought a Bohemian very safely, which I would have rather done. This guy did not have to sell all the shares he did, because somebody was already sitting on a share of each of those companies, so they only needed 40% to float. Yeah, my stupidity. Mistake is what comes of waking up after falling asleep, waking up like 2 hours after falling asleep and deciding, well, let me play a little more. I'm not that tired. Oops. And at the end of the stock round, put my die here to remind me this is where we actually are. Priorities up there. Everything has opened up that could. All the companies that are available are running now as full corporations, and they're gonna, start playing their dots and whatever. And this is again a very different situation from last time. Last time I played, I had two of the companies, of the coal companies, form early. The other two formed by falling into their position. I'm not sure the trains fell as fast as they did here either. And what else? Oh, so the green company here appears to be the one that people have kind of stated, yeah, I have the most confidence in this. It's not utmost, so like yellow bought into his own company. But this guy over here said, yeah, I don't really need that extra share of it. Screw it, I'll put this here. And what's kind of a problem, you have to leave at least, I'm sorry, you can't sell so that there's more than 50% here in operating in any company, basically. Because if it's not operating yet, you're not allowed to sell at all. So this share is kind of stuck in his hands. Even if that company does really horribly, nobody will want to buy it, and it'll just be sitting in his hands. And that was, maybe a horrible choice of trade-ins. It looked better than green at the time. Right now, green looks better than it. In fact, green looks better than yellow to most players for whatever reason. All right. I don't think I'm going to push into the operating rounds because obviously I'm sleepy and making errors. Are they horrible errors? No, they're the kind of things players make all the time. Maybe buying into their own companies, not noticing that somebody has a share of one of the companies that they're trying to float out or whatever, and especially having calculated out what they could float. What we didn't see was we didn't see anybody pick up any of these at 120. It's a high price to pay for something. It doesn't look bad, not by any means, but it doesn't have a G train on it. It doesn't have a lot of, basically it's almost guaranteed to run, which means if somebody had 120 bucks that they didn't know what to do with, that would be a definite option. And it doesn't need to reach 50%. It only has 30 out in order to operate, which is the difference with the state railways. So, in fact, if there's no director, they just start dropping in price for not operating, for not paying out dividends, because they're operating companies but nobody's directing them. But yeah, it's almost assured that a 5 train's going to come out, I think, with this many new companies. But it's not absolutely certain. And you missed the first operating round, so the stock value gains, let's see, I'd be gaining 25 points here, and these guys are going to be gaining 35. So it has to be a significant difference in income to make up for that. It may be that much, though. We're in a good central location with a couple of good trains, an opportunity to buy a decent G. I think people are going to be kicking themselves for not buying that, but nobody bought it. And that's kind of the thing. If somebody bought one, everybody would be looking and thinking, are they worth 120? Is it better than some of the other things? This guy could have afforded one. That's about it, actually. Everyone else would have had to give up a share, I think, to pick one up. He's sitting at 95. He could have given up one of these reds. Ooh, I forgot to... This is the only one that's sold out. Companies have been a little hit by the situation. we stretched out the 4 train we had here, and basically the dropping of trains. And the 3 train is a little harder. I got dotted out, so now I'm trying to break my way back in, but it's almost assured, you know, we're going to be a company, a full corporation, and not these 2 minor companies. But I think having multiple ways into Vienna is probably a really good idea, especially ones going through my dots. And because we haven't been forced into a large company, and that's not going to happen right away, I got to get this 3G over to the 2 train. I ran the 2 companies. The 2 is just done now. We got the runs here. And again, slightly, you know, not running 2 trains out of here anymore. And this guy still isn't going through Pressburg, and honestly, couldn't do anything if he was. The 3G train would have to come out of here, I guess. And it would have run 1, 2, 3 with no doinkers. And then I would have had to breach out through Pressburg to make more money. Instead, I'm trying to set up trains for my coal run. Yeah, I could have made a fair amount more cash, another $35 each for a $20 payout, but I don't know that it's that important. I'll probably want to build the Pressburg track at some point. Over here, well, what do I want to do? I want almost all of the money on this one, because that gets me $175 in there. If I'm going to use it for anything, it's going to come from this corporation. So it's the one with the space for a train, etc. Chances are, though, that's going to all collapse into the main corporation before anything exciting happens. Where now? How now? So that's all the miners. There aren't a lot left, just the 4. And we go to the corporations, and our highest ranking is the Suderbahn. Suderbahn has a big 41 run. Now, what's exciting here for us, and basically what I've got, I dropped the dot here so I control this coal train. I've got a run coming down here to the coal, a run going up to here, and then, because my dot's here, a run going up to Vienna with the 4 train. And that got, you know, I mean, 3 trains, that's powerful. I don't have a lot of shares of it. I would like, I think, to spur on destruction to other companies, which means swallowing $410 seems like a good idea, and I'll make a train decision based on that. I've got room for another train, but what would I want? Do I want to force that 5 out? I think so. I think so. But I'm not really sure that I need that I need 4 trains. I think 3 trains is pretty good. 4 trains might be better, though. I'm going to lose this soon. Do I want the discount? It's only $260 if I buy the 5 train on the discount. So right now, all this track is used up on my 3G. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess, you know, whatever. Could run that 5 train, and then I still need the 4 here. So I'm going to just buy that 5 train. Quickly look at the phase change factors. Brown tiles are available. Coal railways are closed. If anybody had held on to one, at this point it would turn into 2 shares, which may or may not be able to run. It's not an unreasonable strategy, actually, to buy up a couple of shares of a coal company and then leave it in there. I believe there's a rule about the transition that even if the coal company ran before, it runs again as a corporation, which is different from most XX games that have miners something that collapses into shares. I think there was something along those lines. I'm trying to remember. And obviously, that's something that's hard to learn that I just haven't absorbed until now, if that's the case. With the sale of the first 5, can be opened at the end of the corresponding operating round. Okay, so no, you don't get a double run off of it. It must be the mountain companies that have that role. So, in particular, the coal companies wouldn't be closing right now, or they wouldn't create an operating company right now. All the same, there's some advantage to holding on to that 2-share bonus and not starting the other corporation early. The problem with it is you get to make these extra certificates of some value in terms of stock value, etc., right off the bat. So it might be a mixed call. The G trains, and this is the one I have to remember, this doesn't happen on the 6th. They look gray, so I think they happen on the 6th, just like the gray tiles I think happen on the 6th. Neither one does. These are going to start producing more money for the companies that hit them. That's a big deal. And the purple company is going to be formed at the beginning of the turn. I think I laid a track for the Cinnabon. It's hard to tell because my wife came up. I am actually going to lay this track. My goal here is to start creating some kind of looping action with the coal train. Does that make sense? Well, actually, what makes sense is I come out of here and up to there. I just snake around hitting as many dots as I can. Because I'm committed to having a coal train. That's why I put the dots where I did. And now that I know the game a little better and understand where the wealth can accumulate from those things, I definitely want one. Bohemian Company. Big Trouble in Little China. Okay, Little Austria. There's a space available on this. One of them is reserved for the MS. But, and I may want it. I set this track up. This does what I want to do. And for right now, it does it does from here, 1, 2, and I run through there. And eventually, it's an appealing coal run. It might, if I put the dot here, be worth more for me to do 80, 80, 90 might be a better run. Let me see what I've got here. I've got 30, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Okay. So, yeah, actually the coal run is still better. I've got such a shitty little coal train. I think that dot's enough. It is important enough that I do want to buy it. It's a hard call because, you know, I'm going to want, if I'm coming through here, this dot becomes important. But I can skip that and cut out this way and maybe hit all this yum down here. Who knows what can happen. A lot of it depends on getting around this space, which will almost certainly end up dotted. Well, if the coal lines become a big enough deal. If this doesn't all hook up and it just ends up blocked behind this purple-orange firewall, yeah, and it's different. But green is going to be working to break it out, and other people are going to be working to break it in. So it's going to become very, very important. Of course, if this gets dotted early by green or purple, then things change. And that's the whole thing. Orange dropped this dot. It needs this dot, but it needs this one too, kinda. You know, that's where all of this kind of gets messy. Is you have to figure out, you know, where your dots are gonna go, in terms of what the track's going to be, and it's a hard call, and you just don't have enough. You're going to get sliced up at some point in the game compared to the rich runs that'll happen at an earlier point. I think we'll see. We'll see if there's any cleverness. But everybody feels like they're like about a dot short of what they need. And of course, if there was another dot for everyone, the early lines would just dominate the board. So run-wise, what do we have there? Since I laid my track, I laid my dot. I guess we're coming out this way, and we're doing a little run up there. And that little run was worth 10, with 10 in the company treasury. It's not a great run. I want to pay that out. I don't want to swallow that. Although I do need to swallow at some point. I don't have enough money for the big permanent trades. However, I am going to upgrade my 2G to a 3G. That lets me later upgrade to a 4G. I only want one G train, but I want a better one than I have. And that's going to cost me a whole bunch of money. That's 240 bucks. Get that 60 back. Let me pick up another one of these. And again, this isn't pushing the mainline trains, but it is putting additional pressure. It is creating additional money. So it's an interesting situation there. I don't really feel like the 5 train was a necessity. That would be another 260. I don't have that cash on hand. The 3G is definitely more important to me right now. Because I can run, maybe eventually I could poke out here, but I can run 1, 2, 3 hitting Vienna, which is a valuable spot. I had to play this track. I wanted to make sure that got down so it wasn't worth upgrading Vienna, all kind of stuff like that. Going, first thing I had to check is what the Budapest tile looks like in the browns, since that's just available. Well, that doesn't actually help me. In the grays, it turns into 3 cities, and I could jump that up. But, remember, those don't happen until the 8. All I have is a 2G anyway, and this is where it gets tricky, or one of the places it gets tricky. So first of all, if I could hook into here, I could drop a dot there. That's a good location to have a starting dot compared to here for the G trains. But I'm not sure I want a G train, right? If I can get into Budapest, maybe a long run up here is worth more. Maybe the G train is not the optimal solution, or maybe I want one of each. Unfortunately for me, I don't have a really good setup. Right now, I have a choice of running it down here or running it here. And I don't like either one. But if I got to take one, I think I'll go this way. And I'll try to piggyback onto that stuff. I don't know. So that'll get me. The other idea would be to try to, increase that run that's already there, or another one is to try to break into there and see if I can make this run work, which is pretty sweet. Oh, geez, I don't know. I think I know what I'm doing. I'm going to upgrade my city. Because if I upgrade my city, I'm closer to pushing into there, and I get the same price increase that I would get off anything else. I'm looking at black and I'm looking at green, and I'm saying to myself, it doesn't look like you put the money on those companies. They're each owed $800, which will make life a lot easier. Because I've got a 2G train and no money, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Remember, there's 80% of the shares made up for out of here. I hope I did that with everyone else. kind of doesn't look like the yellow did it either. They came in this turn too, didn't they? Yeah. Yeah, so those three companies need a pile of money. This one ate up its money, I think. Jeez, I hope I put the money on it. It was late last night, I don't know. This one was not that late last night. This one was a lot earlier in the sequence. Happened even before the Sudabon, I think. I think it must have gotten the money. It sure looks like it went broke quickly, though. On the other hand, you know, this is like most of the money that it would have had. And the coal train started early, probably didn't flood it with much in terms of capabilities. So I'm assuming I couldn't have gotten this kind of trainage off of just the receipts of the coal company. But yeah. So I got to figure out my train situation. But I think I want a real train on this company. Looks to me like I'm probably going to be trying to break in and create a coal company up here and a real company down this way. But things might get mixed up. There's so many choices available to it. For one thing, I could lay a dot here and become a duplicate of the blue line for the most part without this probably extraneous piece here. That doesn't look like it's going to really be helpful. Doing that would let me run out of Vienna here and run that little 2G presumably into a 3G up there. I don't know if I want to do that. I think I want to focus more on the coal train. Because I see a really exciting route possibly developing here, which is coming from, for now, here. 1, 2. If I get the 3, I can hit Vienna. We'll see where that takes me. But eventually, you know, pushing into here and maybe down. I don't know. It doesn't look that attractive, to tell you the truth. But on the other hand, I really don't know that I want to spring for a non-permanent regular train, especially when the 6s are going to be available fairly soon. So I'm going to hold on that. I think I'm going to upgrade to the G train. And since I'm building G train technologies, I probably want to figure out a way to move my eventual position. And here's what I think I'm going to be looking at. I think I'm going to be looking at, actually probably trying to skip this, cut through here, over, down, around, and out. That's sort of my optimal, which means I could upgrade my money right now by $10 basically, and guarantee a brown space here. Because I'm not hitting Vienna, or and that's kind of a deal. There aren't all that many of these, like everything in the game. Or I could try to build this track out and start setting up something. Now, part of the problem with that is I don't know if I want to come out this way or this way in the long run. I think I'll upgrade the track, my city instead, and get the extra $10 because I can't be sure whether I'm wasting a track lay otherwise. I make my big tennis share, and I'm not going to make a whole hell of a lot more when I add to Vienna, but the bonus is I get to keep paying out and have a nice treasury for buying that 6 train, which will be coming out eventually. Maybe not until next operating round though, but it's guaranteed next operating round because the 5 is going to be cleared before then. Is there anybody else who wants that 5? I don't know. You know, there's people like this who are sitting on a 4 train and their company's going to be changing. They may shift it over, but here's the problem. I've got this stupid 3 and I'll be, you know, accelerating the death of my 3 and I want 2 trains and all kind of complexity in terms of the decisions because of the upgrades. They really change the nature of train buying. And so what did we do? We did a very, very little, paid out and upgraded to our 3 train, and we're going to have to take a little bit of a break. Sound track on the board should help remind me. I'm going to put this bomb over here just to remember that, yeah, we shifted to 3 operating rounds for it. I don't think there's going to be any problem in this case, but it also helps me remember that purple is supposed to convert at the end of this turn, and I don't know anything else. At the end of the operating round. Turns are per company. I always screw up my terminology. We had a pretty obvious start. We were already kind of set up to take advantage of this, so we're zooming down here. It's making 99 a share, paying out obviously for that kind of crap. I have a whole shitload of money. I got a couple of dots that I would love to get into Budapest, you know. I don't know that I need to be in this space, but it's pretty likely that I do. If I don't play there, orange doesn't have a dot, purple does. Black isn't down there. I can hold my decision on playing that dot. What about a train? Well, so if I put a dot here, I'd make just as much off of my 2G. The first thing is there's no 3Gs available, and I've got to wait till a 4G, which means I might go a turn without a train, you know, which would suck. You don't want to do that. But what else do we have here? What am I going to do? First of all, there's do I want to buy the last non-permanent train? And the answer is, of course not. But do I want to buy a train at all? One of these regular trains? And that's really in doubt. Right now, my track does not look like stuff that I want to run through with a non-G train. Now, if I get the Budapest dot, that may change. But until that position comes, I'm definitely not going to buy a train. Well, definitely not going to buy a non-G train. And there are no G trains I want to buy. This thing has almost no shelf life left. And, you know, all the 3Gs are going already. But we can't buy the 4Gs until the 6 comes out. That led me to see one thing. This works fine over here where it says, hey, you know, once the 3s are sold out, you're in danger of the 2s being dead. Just another reminder. You've got that on the trains themselves, what kills them, but sometimes that gets hard to see depending on, you know, how you want to lay your trains in your I don't even remember what those are called. I can't think of what the term for those things is. On your company charter, that's what it is. It's company charter. I don't know if it's actually called out as that in this game, but probably. That's the standard terminology again. But with the G trains, it's not so easy. So like the 2G has the 1Gs die on the 3Gs, but you never see that. All you see is, oh look, the 2Gs are going to die. You know, in this case, you never saw it. And it wouldn't be helpful to see it when you run down through the whole stack anyway, that, oh, I should have killed the 1Gs. But there's nothing on the train that you're buying that tells you this is what it kills. Like the choice with the discount prices, it feels a little weird, you know? It's like very easy to get confused by the representation that the designer has chosen to use for that. It may be the case that no matter what representation he chose, it would be troublesome. And then with these, I can't even figure out what the hell is going on with these. Like this is saying mining companies turn into their 20%, but these are somehow saying they can. A bang says it must. I don't know what that's supposed to say. Oh, the UG starts here. I mean, it's just so busy and so complicated. It's like, Jesus, well-regarded game, or at least it was. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was kind of a card based space game. I think kind of a deck builder, and I just could not cope with it because of that kind of complex Euro style icons showing up all over the place, and you had to parse them out, and basically maybe you'd eventually get used to them, but in terms of quick view, it had nothing. So when Magic the Gathering came out, as an example, there were a few simple icons, and they told you what was going on. Now it's a mess, but yeah, I can't remember the name of the game. God, my brain is. My memory is slowly dissolving. This is something that I played, once with my wife, and I think once on a video, or else came in just to do a quick hit and complain about. This thing is basically unplayable. And I can't remember what it was. You want a ramp up, though. You want to get the first players, so like Dominion, the first few sets, didn't have a whole lot of stuff on them. And then as you start getting more and more sets, you're like, there's a lot more going on here, but, I've gotten used to it slowly. That's the same model that Magic used. Whatever the hell this was, and it just really was too big a challenge to take up all at once. And that's one of the problems. I mean, SFB had this problem too. And A World at War, neither one having to do with icons, but having to do with what you expect of a starting player. So like, SFB is basically, and A World at War are both kind of basically very, very difficult to approach if you haven't played the previous incarnations, because they just throw so much shit at you. And I assume ASL was sort of the same way, except that I found ASL pretty easy to ramp up to. And SFB tried to make it that way, in a similar way. Hey, here's the captain's game. This is the basic stuff you need to know to play it. So yeah. You kind of need, in those cases, you kind of need somebody who really, really already knows the game to teach you anymore. Now, that's really easy with Magic, but it means that, games like SFB are never going to have the kind of expansion capability that they had when they first came out, and they were simple enough games that anybody could pick them up and play them. I'm not going to say ASL versus Squad Leader, because honestly the original Squad Leader rules were such a mess. I think I found ASL easier to pick up with all its additional, well, I never got into all its additional complexity, but I was playing Red Barricade, so I had a lot of it without a whole hell of a lot of ramp up. I played a couple of starter scenarios just to get an idea of what the basic flow is. But I was playing with other people who knew the rules, so it wasn't like I was the person learning the game trying to teach the rules at the same time. I'm going to have to go down and see the name of that game. I can't help myself. I have way too many Euros. I have all my Euros downstairs in a room that's no longer useful because we had flooding, and I had to move all the stuff out of the room that got worst flooding into this one. And the paneling's off the walls of the room that got flooded. So I can't move all my crap back in there. So I basically have probably the best room in the house. I call it the curly room, which is one of my 3 gaming rooms. And this one was never intended to be. I don't know what this was intended to be. My book storage and excess closet and tobacco room. It's really hard to make sense out of this house, but when everything was set up and right, I had thoughts about, either this or that curly room could have been a spare room that, maybe in the unlikely event that we wanted somebody to move in with us, that would be great. Instead, my mess has just absorbed everything. So, there's that. But anyway, it took me forever to find it. I thought it was a larger box. It's Race for the Galaxy, which was incredibly popular for a while, but I just found the ramp-up cost too high. So where the hell am I on this? Well, I think I made the decision I'm not buying a train here, which is good enough, and that puts me to the last company of this operating round. People, the BH is stuck with no great options. On the bright side, the brown means I got this. I upgraded here and dropped my dot here. I don't know that I want my dot there, but here's the problem. Yellow's active now. Purple's gonna be active. Either one could take control of this space. It's not that important a space, but it's the best I got. Now, I got the possibility of another dot maybe here, and that's gonna cost me some money. I also have no good trains, and not that great a run. I mean, I'm good. I'm doing as well as most people. There are a couple of companies that are doing great, but this company's been around for a while, and it's not doing that much better than the ones that haven't. Whereas, you know, the Bohemian is running a couple of trains and doing pretty well. So I'm not producing a lot of money. I'm producing 13 a share. And, you know, like I said, it's not really an attractive company from the beginning of the game. And on the bright side, the guy who owns it has another corporation coming into his hands, almost certainly. Though not yet. Because right now, as we move into operating round 2, purple is going to be established. And now we see the appearance of the Hungarian Railway. And, oh, here's why I need the bomb. I almost flipped it over saying, oh, no, there's 3. No, the first 5 train came out this time. There's only 2 operating rounds. That's what's important. That's why I need the bomb to remind me that those browns are not the clue. And instead of moving forward to the 3rd operating round, I got to remember not to do that. Anyway, we got the new rail in place. I got to give it some cash. It gets, let's see, it had 3 shares, so it gets 7 times 120, which is, I think, like 840. Somewhere they tell me, but I can do the math in my head too. Tell me right up here. Lots of interest, of valuable information is presented in this game. And it's not like it's not somewhere else, which is kind of cool. You know, it's not like you need to be looking at cards constantly and then maybe having to look stuff up and whatever. You do the calculation in your head or whatever and you realize, oh wait, there's a reminder there for me. Great. That's cool. Maybe I'll remember it next time. All right. Yeah, take a little pause before going into the 2nd operating round. Covering in this video the transitions from those miners into the major companies, with so many of them happening, right? This isn't like 1835 where there's basically one big collection of miners going in, and them going in over a period of operating rounds. This is what makes it so interesting, and this is probably this is where the engine of this game really is this conversion. And now we're down to one of those state railroads left, which is RKK, the last of them to go forward, always the last of them to go forward. I kind of wish there were mechanisms in place that didn't script that, but that's always my way of thinking. I want more little levers to play with, right? So that the players kind of have some control, but not too much, not the level of control that they have, say, over the coal companies. Where maybe, let's see, the lowest income collection of them, you know, is the one that fires off first or whatever, just to guarantee, even though the SD is most likely to be the lowest income and this is likely to be the highest, then you have kind of maybe a race to not be as productive, which could have some pathological effects on the game. So we start with that. Upgrade Vienna with the first one. Now, there's 2 things I could do with Vienna. I could upgrade it this way, which gets both my miners on the northern part of the map. What does that do for me? Well, that's a good question. Right now, the 2 company is running a 3G train, which is running up one of these paths and heading up there. And it's running a 3 train, which can hit 1, 2, 3. If I combine the two, I maybe gain one of these. But if I swing it this way, so the 2's up here on its own, then the one company gains access to Budapest, which is clearly more valuable. Well, I mean, I could upgrade this instead, but I'm going to be upgrading Vienna. And Budapest is going to be long-term more valuable, and it's going to get me, I don't know what. So, the one problem with this, though, is when the 6 comes out, I have to choose between them. Assuming, there's time between the 6 and the 8. So if I go this way, I get some short-term income, but my 2 dot will essentially merge with the 1 dot. And let's say it's down here. Well, how do I run that 3G train? Well, I could run it out of here. 1, 2, 3. And maybe I have to lay some track to make it work. Depending, because this could get cluttered. So it's a hard call. No matter what, I can run this little 3 train there. And I do not see myself buying anything else. So I think I am going to actually go this way. I don't like it. I like getting the extra money from Budapest. I like, even more than that, maybe being able to drop my dot in Budapest. That's the real cost here. When the gray comes out, what if Budapest is an option for me to go to, but I gotta upgrade Vienna to get there? Wow, that would suck. Oh, I'm screwed. That 3G isn't gonna make it. I gotta go with this way. Okay. Because otherwise my 3G is stopped because yellow and blue both put a dot there. And yeah, I'll have a real hard time getting out. And as a corollary of what I did, the 2 company runs at 27, beating out some of the regional railroads now. And this is one of the cool things, is that these miners can really kick ass. Of course, it's near the end of its life. I chose not to upgrade this and not to do anything that increased my income directly. That 3G train is providing the most of my cash running up there. And I can't, this doesn't swing in there. That's a pity. For now, I mean, it's not going to change what I'm saying. It's a pity for now. I may end up with a better route to a different coal section, or looping around or something. Who knows? But I want to start working my way out, and I didn't have enough cash to place the Pressburg piece. I have a ton of cash now, but and that would have been a $2 increase. But what would have been nice about that is that would get me in the direction I want to go, moving, into the possibility of getting a G train moving down here or something, and maybe the same G train hitting all those doinkers, and therefore I wouldn't need this dot particularly. But as it stands, this is where we're sitting. And that puts us to the corporations. We see here's what sucks, the Bohemian line, no dots left, and open space in Vienna. Boy, I would love to just jump in there. Who's going to get first option at it? Looks like the SD is already there. The UGG, they're not going to be able to get it easily, not unless somebody builds them some track. CL, again, way too far. The MS is going to win the little race into Vienna. And, that's kind of like what the hell, you know? Would I have predicted that? No. I got no idea when that's going to open up, when it's going to be available, whatever. But there she is. And somebody could have probably engineered this, and that somebody probably is the Yellow Company, by upgrading Vienna earlier. I don't remember where did the 5 show up? The 5 showed up over on the Sudabon, which went ahead of the yellow. So yeah, I could have gotten that brown track into Vienna myself and ensured, and I could have ensured that that dot is open and not that I'm facing just the 2 up here and all kind of stuff like that. And I probably made a huge error to leave that up to chance. For the Blue Railway, I have a couple of choices. I could upgrade this for a little bit more running capital. Because I'll be running my 3G out of here, 1 coming from here, 2, 3 into Vienna, skipping my home base, which has become a wasted token essentially, and why yellow is a better company with this track lay at least, but it has been both games I played. And then the 4 train is more interesting, so I could do something here, 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know. But I got 1, 2, 3, 4 up to here. Yeah, that's no better. Brown is 30 on there. Yeah, so I could upgrade some of my value a little bit, or I think more appealing is try to break out here. Now we've got this race going, you know, coming out of Vienna. We're not going to get Vienna, so we want to try to make sure that we hit doinkers heading that way, and all kind of crap going on with all of this. So little alternative funding here. No half swallows, no shares in the bank pool that can generate cash. I'm going to actually swallow this 330. I think it's maybe not the biggest run I'm going to make, but it gets me to the point where I'm at least close to being able to buy a permanent train. Let's see, that's 420, so I can get a 4G train, and that's probably about where I want to be. Notice I can squeeze another 10 bucks out. So instead of running here or here, I run up there because I got double track there. So one is using for the doinkers and one for the other. That's not a lasting situation, but whatever. To do lots of thought about the SD here, because 4 trains with all kind of complexity going on is a hard route. Well, obviously I want to run the 3G here, except I don't. I'm going to run a 5 running up here, a 4 running through here. This isn't so great, but whatever. Because this only needs a 3. We're hitting a lot of, remember these red areas are up to the brown values, which are ending up a little bit more valuable. So like going from 10 to 50, that's a big deal. But the big bonus is I get rid of this, I put this in, and I stop running up to Bohemia and instead run this thing going up here, hitting another doink, and get another shot into Vienna. So I get 3 shots into Vienna. Conceivably, let's see, this is an 11 run. What am I got here? I've got 8, 13. So yeah, I'm almost certainly, and this hits Vienna, so I'm not worried about that. So I'm only hitting Vienna 3 times. I could be hitting it a 4th. That's why I have 4 trains. But this closing off, you know, kind of cuts off any quick routes there, and this is a big gain for now, and one I probably want all game, because I could see something like, oh geez, I don't really want to be down there, that's the thing, but I could see something like, no, I could see something like this running, you know. So there's a lot of potential to this little loop here that I actually built with that one presidency, and I'm really impressed that that bit of dickiness actually seems to have accidentally caused some kind of good. I'm having trouble picking this one up. You can't see. But I put my trains out there so I could see what the hell I was doing. And now I've picked them up and I don't know what the total value is. It's going to be big. I'll come back with it. That's a 69 run, 690 bucks. That's a huge amount of money. I swallowed last time, but you know, I only own 30% of this sucker. It's okay. I'm not going to convince anybody to drop by making the company better. In fact, running it would probably convince people more closely towards dropping, but I don't think anybody's going to drop, anybody's going to do anything. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to end up having to fund the next train, and I don't have enough money for my permanent trains, so we swallow again. 690 bucks, shit. That's another starting packet for my Hungarian purple. I was able to come up with a 27 run. It's nowhere near optimized trains, but there are no G's available yet. I don't want to buy that 5 train, so I'm stuck in this position. Good war chest, no need to swallow. I pay out 27 a share. And now looking at the CL, this is just not pretty. So I got a 5 train on it, which looks like I'm going to be running 4. Maybe I hit a blinker somewhere. No. I don't see throwing a dot down. I'm not in anywhere, you know, this is just not that good looking a location at this point in the game. But I've got this hard decision that I've been tossing both ways in terms of which way my G train is going to go. Right now it goes here. Whoopee, right? That's pretty damn shitty. It's a 2G, so I could conceivably, you know, try to swing into Tarnopol or Cesnaritz. Cesnaritz probably the more attractive because I can go down, but, you know, whatever. It takes me longer to get there. All kinds of empty track that could eventually get me to the meat of the dots that are down here. On the other hand, up here, there's already a nice line of dots built. And assuming I can get into there, which may not be the case. Depends on who lays the brown track and whether or not the one piece that can help me ends up getting used somewhere else, right? Which could be horrible. It could end up here. Going up into here would mean right now with this dot, let's say I go right there, 1, 2, 3, 4 G, which is not bad. So I think I'm going to head up that way. Now the question is, do I want to hit this? I don't know. You know, I think I like this, and I like getting my dot there in the long run. But here's the thing: if I'm hooking this, I hate this. You know, I can always pop in and back out if things go badly. So I am going to make this my track lane. I'm not expecting this to be much better of a run. A little bit better. I got the second train now. And a fair amount of careful conservatism here. So running through really all of these, I could have done red too probably. Each of them taking a very static approach. So let me see if I can try to catch it. The CL, we talked about, and it ran no trains. Yellow, the Marish, same reason. Nobody wants that last 5 train. Now, here's the thing. If I didn't know it was going away, somebody would swallow the bitter pill and eat it. But with exportation, it makes it, you know, so pointless. It's going to go away anyway. The trains are going to move. You don't have to push them along in their way. Now, somebody with a 4 train, for example, this guy, might have chosen to go with it. But again, even the upgrade to the 5 at 260 means that I'm going to be paying more to upgrade that 5 to a 6 than just buying the 6 outright, you know. So unless I need that 5 train, I'm not interested, right? And I don't need it. Not yet. Maybe I will. But, so anyway, you have that kind of situation where people are reluctant to push the trains because of the exportation. Green, also very conservative, doesn't even play the dot. That dot could have made me extra money because I could just ignore this space. Instead, I upgraded it. I didn't want to upgrade this. Somebody else will do that. Why am I safe not playing the dot? Because only 2 of us can reach there, Purple and myself, and both of us are kind of holding off putting a dot there for various reasons. The main thing, though, is no one can get there. No one can conceivably get there in the near future. It's the fact that Orange, who is out of dots, is blocking these 2 locations, that this is a double doink you can't cross, and it's going to be hard to push through this stuff. I mean, okay, if a lot of people worked to get one company a dot down there, it could happen, but it doesn't look like it's going to develop right now. So both these companies are kind of like, yeah, let's reserve our dot, see what happens. It may be that the run ends here instead of starting there, if it can start up here somewhere. So, you know, don't place your dot too early. It's very likely they both want their dots here. But you know, why delay that, you know, until why not delay that until you have to make the decision? Well, the danger, of course, is you might forget and doze off, and things like this will appear on the board, and will they have any power? Budapest upgrades to a gray when the 6s come up, or when the 8s come up. So I've got to be a little careful, but right now I feel safe. And we got the runs down here. See, I want 19, 17, and 10 for the little green line with just a 2G train. He's going to end up without a train. I'm almost certain of it. But he's got a war chest that he can pick up the 4G with. And the fact that it'll be a forced train purchase means even if I didn't have enough cash for it, you know, as long as I'm close and not paying a lot out of pocket, it's okay. But going back around sucks. But, you know, they're paying out their little runs, whatever. And that leaves me at 1 remaining, the B&H down here. Not very impressive right now. Probably never. They have a hard call too. He's running in conjunction with this. There will be another space here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it. Yeah, probably not. Because this will come out at the end of an operating round. The B&H doesn't make much money. Or doesn't have a high stock value, so it's not going to get a first jump on that dot. What that means is I think it's time for a number of steps. This, which hooks me in. The 40 bucks for the dot, and I think I want to buy that 5 train. Yeah, I should have bought it last time, right? The reason I want it is not just because now I'm hooked up for a 5 run, but because I lose my run if I don't do it. Losing my run is somewhat painful. I will be losing. I got to think about this because my train is going to go away if I don't buy the 5 train. If I buy the 5 train, it's going to cost me a total of $800 for the permanent 6 train. Shit. That's a lot of money. God damn. Whereas it'll cost me $600, which is $200 out of pocket. I had better swallow. You know, I think maybe I don't want to buy it. Just because I'm going to have to spend $100 for this dot anyway. Maybe that company. No, that company's not going to be able to save me. in time. Shit, this is gonna hurt. But yeah, I'm gonna be spending a little packet of my own cash on the train. So yeah, I don't want to buy it now. Well, the one reason I would want to buy it is because it buys me time so I can exchange a train up there. And I have a lot of shares of this VH. Oh, this is a hard call. A really hard call. Well, it's going to cost me $400 to buy it. I would have to swallow to buy it. That $130 swallow would put me to 440, which means it'll cost me $160 out of pocket, because I had to spend the 100 on that dot because I bought this stupid dot, which I don't think was wise. What that's going to mean is, yeah, I think I want to buy it. The reason being that I have the extra leeway for this train, and it doesn't die until way out when the 10s come out. A 5 isn't what I want here, though. I want a 6 here. 1, 2, well, maybe 3, 4, 5. But if I can get here, you know, it's a 6 train to begin with. But yeah, I think I do want to buy it to avoid not paying out, not making stock value, not having to dump $140 of my own cash in. Overall, I think that single swallow and purchase is good enough. So I will swallow $130. Yes, I lose my stock value anyway, either way. But this puts me in a slightly better position. And what it means is that the 6 actually comes out a little early, so this thing forms. I don't know if that's good or bad for me, because I'm losing a couple of 3 trains on that. And I would have rather, well, I would have rather run my companies. Shit. Wow, this is a really complex decision. I choose not to buy it, because my one run with these two, having their 3 trains, getting 50% of that cash, getting 50% into the company treasury, is worth a whole lot to me. Probably at least the $140 that I'm looking at here. Does that mean I want to swallow? If I am not buying it. Think. I do need to swallow still, because I need the extra cash in here towards that 6 train. My shares are not, you know, they're going to go back twice. This is never going to be worth a lot of share value, and this is all problematic. And of course, I would be making more share value off that, but I don't know. That brings us to the end of the second operating round, and because the 5 train came out in this round, we go up here and go kablooey and kill the 5 train, opening things up so that the 6 is available to whoever wants it. And the shares for this become very, very interesting, because it's not going to run in the first operating round, but it is going to run in the second. We're almost certain of that, right? Somebody's going to buy a 6 train, at least upgrade their 5 to a 6 to get a permanent train. So we can almost assure that that company is going to get started in the second operating round, and there's going to be 3 operating rounds going forward. So buying KKs with their big influx of cash. Now, there's a lot of companies with a lot of cash sitting on them right now, and which is kind of weird. Everybody's waiting on those permanents. Again, because of the exports, you don't have to buy the trains, just wait for them to dissolve, which I kind of don't like about exports. Again, I don't know how the game would play without them, but they really take away something that I feel is a powerful decision in 1830 in there's something fluttering over there in 18 in a lot of the 1830 based games that has sort of gone out of favor in terms of well, a couple of these games are poorly designed and end up, locking in a certain place. And it's not like 1830 doesn't. 1830 locks in a certain place too. And I like that lock. That's the problem. And I think this one, with all its capabilities for manipulating trains, would actually be a more interesting game without the export rule. I got no idea how much time this video is gone. I feel like I want to go through one more set of operating rounds to see what happens when the sixes come out. And then the rest of the game is really kind of just letting things fall out where they do. There's still some track laying and stuff. There's a lot of space on this board that hasn't been filled, and this is a board that will get pretty filled for how large it is. So yeah, I think we crank into here. Priorities up here with him. If anybody was stupid enough to buy a couple of shares of that, they might own it, because it really doesn't look that great. I would have screwed it over more if they had. But yeah, that's it. Entering the stock round. The peculiarities of how companies come into play in this game makes things so difficult. So I could buy up K&K shares, and I don't want to let anyone else get them, and get control of the company. That would be a disaster if somebody got like 40% and I didn't. I only had my 30% sitting there. On the other hand, if I have my 30% and someone has 20% or more, they might be doomed to eating whatever debt I can create out of this thing. Granted, this is nowhere near as cool a company. This thing is potent. So that's where I'm kind of sitting is, well, do I want to buy my own shares at $120 a pop? And they will not be able to do anything until the second operating round out of 3. Or do I want to invest in stuff that maybe is going to make me good money? There's stuff out there that is. We got these purple shares, we got the Sudobon shares. You can see they produced good money already. The Sudobon is going to make good money for a while. I don't think I want a second share of that. But that's the problem. It's like, well, do I forego a turn's income in order to sort of secure things a little better? I think I need to buy some of those other shares. I got 30% of that. I can almost guarantee that I'll get 40 at least. And if I can't get 50%, that means somebody's holding 2 shares. So I won't be able to get the 60%, but that's okay. I don't think I necessarily need to be that heavily invested. The point is, I have a big jump on whatever anybody else invests in it, and if no one else does, well, then I can kind of consider, well, do I want to jumpstart that situation or not? Out of the companies out here, it's hard to tell the valuation because the 6s are available, and as soon as the 6s go, the 4Gs are available. So the values that are here are wrong. This is going away. What else? Well, nothing from there. But this becomes potentially weaker. But it's probably going to be buying a 6. There's this swirling maze of choices, and without kind of playing it all out in your head, you can't see what's going to be worthwhile. So, look at the board position. What looks appealing? Well, Sudobon definitely does, but I got one. I don't want a second. And beyond that, I think I just have to go with this. It's got a lot of money. It's probably going to come out pretty well. It's sitting on that G train thing. What the hell? Since there's no initial offerings in this game, I got to pay 130 for that though. This guy does not have a second company to protect his company, which means I don't really have a lot of capacity to destroy a company and drop it on someone. So I want to buy shares of my own stuff as well. Over to the third player here. Harder choice. First thing, hey, I don't know why I have 2 shares of this. I don't know if it's wise or not. This guy doesn't have a second company, so it's not a terrible thing, but that's not a great company. I'm going to probably drop a share of that because I'm low on cash. I'm going to have trouble getting shares of everything I want. This guy threw away a Bohemian. And everybody's throwing away his green shares. It's not really that bad a company, and that's one of the things other people are choosing here. Right now, in the long term, it may not be great, but right now it's sitting on 2 trains with a good setup, and Yellow has maybe even a better setup for stuff you can buy at the low end here. This guy jumped to green again to avoid getting the stock price trashed on stuff you're going to sell anyway, and bought himself a suit bond. Here we're talking about, 10, 20 bucks difference maybe at the end of the game, maybe, depending on what sells out and what doesn't. But this doesn't look like it's going to be a massive railway throughout the game. I'm back up here and faced with the same kind of issue. There's still some Hungarian rail left. That's very appealing to me compared to buying my own rail. There's other stuff I'd like the possibly the Bohemian, possibly the MS. That's definitely going to make money. I could, of course, exchange and sell things if somebody starts buying up shares of my company. It's hard to determine. I'm not going to be able to sell out my company, I don't think. Although, actually, I think if this is... I don't know if that's sold, if that counts as sold out. But I'm not going to be able to sell out my company unless other people are picking it all up. If that's... given that, I probably don't really want to invest in it. It's a hard choice, to give up an operating round on that when there's other things available, and especially since I get priority on him almost all the time. So I think I'm going to keep buying up those purples, at least for a short-term gain. A little cash short, so the idea of buying KKs is not really attractive. They want stuff that's going to make them money. And it's probably going to end up about a wash, but, overall, that long-term investing doesn't make a lot of sense. So we've got actually people picking up these $60 shares, and that actually sold out, which we'll take care of when we raise the prices. He had to make a choice. Does he want to sell a share of that to pick up something that's potentially more valuable? In particular, he wanted to think about picking up one of these Bohemians. That's not going to sell out, though. That was pretty obvious. So he just held on to his own, which is, and that'll create some more stock value. He's probably going to dump a share of that and drop down to 50%. It's just not going to be that good a company. And I'm probably going to have to sell this yellow and one of my purples just in order to, beef up on some other stuff. Priority ends up over here, which is safe. He's not holding anything. Well, is anybody holding anything stupid? This guy's holding 2 suit bonds. Maybe he doesn't want that. Yuck. That'll cut his value and probably cause weird things to happen. But yeah, I do not want to be owning that, do I? I don't know. See, here's the thing. So you want to run with just one crappy company? I gotta give myself a 60% chance of dropping that suit bond. But that's a potential big blow. Of course, him getting rid of the suit bond, yes, he can make the CL really, really potent in terms of trains or whatever. But that doesn't mean he gets anything out of it, right? He's actually losing something by giving up a really good company. So it's probably safe to hold on to. It's an 1835 type feel here. So I was going to drop it though because I just don't trust. So let's do that. Net effect of that little move is he dropped a yellow. Other people could buy a yellow, but doing so makes it ugly because then you give the guy who owns it priority, and if things go terribly wrong with it, you may end up owning it. Why take that risk? Again, it's his only company. He's probably not going to want to drop it. But also, you're giving him a big boost in stock value by giving the sold out bonus. So everyone else held steady. That gives priority over to the guy who's holding the KK about to form. He's the one person with some cash, but he didn't want to buy KK shares, particularly for various reasons. And what he's got is a pretty good holding. The only thing that's iffy is the 2 shares here and these reds. The 2 shares is safe because I have priority right now. The reds, well, I'm probably going to want to balance my investment more over to the KK, but right now it doesn't make sense. I might as well get that stock increase on the BHs, the red line. Which means we take a look at quickly what is sold out. The UGG, no big deal. The SD, hey, it makes up the ground it lost. And then the BH, which, is going to be able to shove itself onto a plateau and not lose stock value. And I think we slide into the next set of operating rounds. Long delay in deployment of the last of the 3 state railways, the KK, is to some extent an advantage. It's coming out when permanent trains are coming out. It's got it's big wad of money comes out at just the right time, right? I mean, it would be cool if it came out just a little before. In a way, the purple's kind of better because it comes in with the 5s, and if it can hold off as this one has and last without buying a 5, it's in a particularly good position as well. But what's particularly bad about this one is that it comes in so late that it gets cut off from all the track that it wants to use. Now granted, this can upgrade and maybe I get in there, but right now my little 3 train is exactly all I have. And then when I look over here, I'm just kind of screwed. I may not be able to make it to a coal mine. The one I think might be able to help us. If we make it up there, we at least make it to a coal mine for the 2 train. But yeah, yeah, you can see that it's just not going to make the runs anymore. And then by the time we transition, a lot of the good token locations are already gone. This is the cost of walking away. So I didn't just walk away. I ran these guys, but then I ran into this and kind of forgot the situation I was in. And I paid out that $33 a share that this company made. And I don't know if that's wise. I got enough cash to buy a 6 train. I don't have enough cash to buy a 6 and a 4G, and I think I want both. If I take the 330 swallow, let me see if I have enough. I do. And I think that's worthwhile. First of all, I can hold all the trains. The 6 kills the 3, so I have room to hold a 3rd train, and I can buy the 4G. That gives me 2 good permanent trains for the game. I'm setting up a nice run for the G train. Although maybe not quite the run I wanted. You see, here's the problem. The loop coming down from here gets me into here. But I got all this that I'm building. And, I mean, I could jack into it here, but I can't catch this dot. Okay, losing a dot, well, that's the same as this, so I could just run, this, which looks easier. But I thought I had something sweeter set up. by a little bit, not by much. Obviously, I could take advantage of some of this crap and everything, so I'm not too worried about that. But I think I have to undo that run and buy myself both trains, even though it means a swallow. Strips a lot of companies of their trains. Look at this one dead, this one dead. They have the cash. This one maybe not so much. It's gonna owe about $100, but we were counting on that, right? A little bit of pillaging elsewhere, but not much. But yeah, we knocked two companies out of the way. This one has been weakened greatly, but he's got a huge amount of cash coming in. Let's look at what happens with the 6 trains. The 3s are scrapped. Well, and the 4G scrapped the 2Gs. 4G trains, just so nobody thinks about it. The 4Gs are available, yeah. The KK Strausbaum is going to come in before next operating round. He's going to get his 3 shares. Train limit, it's changed a little bit, reduced, and there are 3 operating rounds, and I fucked up, didn't I? Son of a bitch. Phase 5 does not raise you to 3 operating rounds, even though it looks like it with the Brown. I claim reasonable excuse for that. That's such a common thing. I caught that last time. I did the same problem last time, and I caught it afterwards, along with the gray tiles and everything else that I expect to come in with the 6 train, with the 5 train. I don't know, what that should, how that should be limited. Did we have 3 operating rounds last time? We did not, because the 5 trains came out last time. So we're only going to run 2 operating rounds this time. I fixed the issue. Of course, people made decisions as if there were 3, but not so much, If he had shifted this into play, that would, if he had bought shares of that, that would have been more of a problematic situation. Nobody really did anything based on, oh yeah, I get 2 out of the 3 operating rounds running, which would have been the call on that. So I think we're okay, and we'll just remember that this is actually, and not doing that on the brown tile upgrade, that is really disturbing. There really ought to be some other way than the colors to indicate this. Yeah, that's very, very disturbing to me. Okay. And we move on to the next company, which is going to be the CL, which has a non-permanent train that it can upgrade, or maybe it buys a G train. I don't know. Oh, do I want a dot? Is it the time? Because I got plenty of money still left even after those 2 trains. Oh boy, I don't know. No reason not to. I am almost certainly going to want this. It makes life a whole lot easier no matter what. If I'm running... Can I run down this way? Or... I don't know. Because see, I want to run the other train this way, so that is actually probably what I do want. And then into there. Will I want to go up there instead? Hey, maybe. But you know what? I've got 2 more dots. One of them I want to get into Vienna probably, but I've got a lot of power to throw around. Maybe I don't put anything in Vienna. I just use it as my endpoint. It's really good as such. Running through it is not necessarily that big a bonus. It doesn't look like there's a lot of doinkers near it. There aren't a lot of valuable cities near it. The valuable cities are kind of more towards the edge other than Budapest. So, yeah. Maybe we don't need a dot in Vienna because we're so dominating the area around it, and we can get away with a dot, say, here, which might allow us a bigger call run. I don't know. It can't be too big because all we're buying is the 4G. That puts us over on the CL, which is starting to, open up new ideas. Now I got to remember not to play gray tiles. Maybe we can get through this without making too many actual rules errors. Whoever goes first in the next operating round, and we've already swallowed, so our price is fixed. It might be the CL, gets to drop a dot into Vienna. Yummy. Weak run from the CL, only 160 bucks. It's not worth swallowing. Is it worth playing a dot? Is it worth $140 worth of dots to put here and here? Does that make sense? I definitely want this one. The other one's harder to tell. What am I going to have for a train? That's the question. I've got a 5 train right now. I could go up to a 6 train for $400. That gives me some cash left over, and maybe I can make a good swallow, but it's probably like 2 to get me a permanent G train. The other option is I could get a G train and probably have 2 trains, and it would be pretty easy to get to that $400 limit on the 6 train, but those 6 trains aren't going to still be there, which means I'm then looking at the $800, which I'd be looking at for the G train. Which one does me better? well, which one does me better, having 2 big real trains, or 1 real train, or a real train and a G train, and under which conditions? So the real train and the G train, or the 2 real trains, cost me the same amount of money. I got to pay the cash right up front. Just 1 real train, upgrading the 5 and saying, you know what, I think the 10s are going to come out fairly soon. There's 2 6s left, there's 2 8s left. If the 8s come out, they're going to crush the 4s, and that means there ain't a hell of a lot left. Just my 2 5s. Okay. Well, when's the soup on go? See, this is kind of important. There's 1 company in between, so if I upgrade my 5, yellow may or may not want a 5. They're probably going to take a 4G. They don't look like they have enough money for both. So this is really the tough point where you're making that transition to what are you going to go for permanently in this. Unlike most games, it's not just kind of forced on you. And I'm not saying that there's no capability to manipulate how the trains come out and what you're going to get in most 18xx's, but once you do your manipulation moves, it just kind of cascades. You can maybe hold off if you're in a position like this and not buy the cheapest of the permanent trains, but you don't want to do that. You want to run 2 trains for a while and then let 1 die. In almost every case. Sometimes the diesels or whatever are fantastic. Sometimes the long run stuff. Not in this game. Okay, so what is my run right now? Well, right now I'm maybe able to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could probably get something else on it for a 6 if I get control of this. But if I'm cut, things get a little uglier. Then I'm looking at 1. I don't want to be hitting this crap out of a 6 train. That's stupid. I might as well be getting the 4G in that case. In which case I'd be looking at 1, 2, 3. And maybe if I can get down here somehow, that 4th one. That's not going to be trivial. The track doesn't look easy for it. Another option would be coming down this way. I think I want to go the 4G route. I think that's the better option, in which case this dot becomes pretty damn important. That might connect me. It's not going to get me through there. This is all garbage, basically. I'm almost a certain not to be able to make it through there into anything valuable. Coming through this way would take another dot here because of the way the track's been laid. And that makes it less effective. So what I'm probably looking at is an endpoint here running down to Vienna and trying to extend that down somehow, either through here or through here. Either one works. MS, what's it doing? Instead of trying to upgrade and make a little bit better run, I'm pushing through here. That gives me 2 avenues. This way, And I still have this way, all to make G trains work, which means I am going to cash in. I only want one G train. I don't want to. I don't want to have a 3 very briefly. So that was only going to cost me $420 to do the upgrade of the G train. Now, I would love to get a permanent rail train, but obviously, I don't have that kind of money in hand. It's me $100. A couple hundred extra bucks would not get me to the 6 train. And I'm probably not going to get that, so that extra $100 sitting in there, plus whatever I get in revenues, is really for blasting costs and my last dot. And I got a lot of places I might want to put the dot. I've already got the bonus of having a dot in Vienna, which is very appealing. The fact that this can't upgrade to gray, and or more importantly, this, which would be brown by now probably. Well, I don't know. Nobody's moved it yet. Why would they do it if gray was available a little quicker? I don't know. But yeah, this gives me a lot of different opportunities for ways to swing in. I don't even have to go up through here. I could go up through here, and maybe put a dot here or whatever. There's a lot of different options that I have available to me. And I'm not sure which one I want. In terms of being able to make a corporation really, really potent, is 2 companies. Like 1830, there's only 8 companies in this game, and they don't seem to move around. There aren't things that are just like, oh yeah, I'm in the position where I want to float a company. You can't kind of just make that decision to be able to juggle trains or be able to fund a company or something like that. You don't have that position. What you have maybe is, oh look, I have 2 corporations. I might be able to get a little bit of extra bonus and get extra permanent trains on each one. And that's what worked out for me in the last game, is that these 2 companies were in one player's hands. And they both ended up, they start out near each other. They ended up having complementary track and equivalent, trains that worked together nicely. So they each had 2 trains, a big train, a big regular train, and a G train, and they scored the biggest money. Unfortunately, other people were riding it pretty heavily, which is why someone who was just an investor, wasn't necessarily that outscoped. They were the person running this was essentially not much more than an investor in a lot of ways, because they didn't have that many shares, especially in the purple. With 2 companies, a little bit of a problem here. Okay, he's got his permanent train, great. That's already run. But over here, I got 3 different trains, none of them permanent. It's 1 less than I had before, but the number is down. And that's going to be complex to figure out in and of itself, but then also the train balancing for that is going to be painful. The only thing I can upgrade is I can upgrade the 5 to a 6. I cannot buy more than 1 train. I can only do that upgrade. I'm already at train limit. So that's going to be my only option in terms of trains, for what I look at. And I almost certainly want to do that, but I may end up with a much, much weaker train stack. I had this humongous 4 train stack. Well, that helped push the trains out, and yeah, now it doesn't look like it was maybe such a brilliant idea because I have a lot less cash. But if I had held on to them, I wouldn't have swallowed as much, and I don't know, just all kind of complexity to every decision in this game. What did I do? I have no more tokens. I was counting on putting a token there, wasn't I? What the fuck did I do? Did I put that sucker here? Shit. Oh boy. Well, there's the problem with holding on to a token for a while. You might do something really fucking stupid with it. That begins to call into question whether or not I can get a G train in there. I want one, but wow, yeah. With so many trains, I threw them out here to kind of look at where they're gonna run, and I can see I just have a tangled mess. This thing for now is just running this. but I could improve that, but at the cost of other things, so I don't think I really want to. I think the 4-train runs better over here than anywhere else I could run it out of. I haven't gotten Vienna connected, filled out to a gray yet. We can't, and it doesn't really have anywhere it can go that's good, so that's okay, I guess. Kind of an interesting thing. I could actually, I don't know. It could actually be running up, and around somehow. But, you know, once you start getting to those kind of loops, that's hard enough. But what I'm worried about here is I'm not going to be able to bust through there for long. So right now what I'm running is just this. I could move that to this very, very easily, except then my 5-train has to come around this way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's not so hot. Obviously, Pressburg will open up at some point, whatever, but I can't use that right now. So I think I'll keep 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 going. I'll keep this 3 here. You don't have to build that track yet. I'm not hitting Budapest twice. And then I've got a little run down here. And do I want to, you know, improve my run? Maybe if I need cash. Or would I rather try to break up out of here so that eventually what I can get is something coming from down here, from up here, that runs through most of this. I don't know. That's another big one. 590. I don't think I'm going to swallow it. I think I'm going to pay it out because I can change this in for 400. I've got $1,000. That leaves me 600. I'm going to be able to get a couple hundred for a run. 400 for a run, maybe not up here, but yeah, I should be able to get. Well, I'm interested in a G train. Right? There's only a couple of them, but I should be able to get the couple $100 beyond that to get me to the 5G. So I'm gonna pay out because, hey, lots of cash in my pocket. And fucked. The SB has built up. Okay, it's not awesome, but they've built up what's entirely a G train run, and there are no G trains available to purchase at this moment. I'm out of trains. I am so fucked by that. I'm not going to be able to get in on any of the fun anywhere. I mean, I could upgrade here or whatever, but I'm not going to be able to get one of these dots. So I'm going to be running a non-G run over in the corners of the map. And okay, sure, I have $1,000, but this is not at all good. This is really, really shitty. Opportunity. Is there someone that I could bum a 3G off of? If I had two companies, I could play around and try to delay so that I could get the train that I want. Normally in an XX game, it's a stupid idea to start shuffling trains, hoping somebody else buys the train you don't want or whatever to come out, wanting you to change the situation for you. But here, it's not a matter of that. It's a matter of the delay would buy me a chance to get something I actually really want, and maybe nobody else is delaying for it. Conceivably, I could buy something like this. I would have to pay $360 for it. Is it worth that? Shit. You know, I mean, that thing's going to be gone very, very shortly. I may not have a run for it. And it'll cost me $1,100, which, you know, I'm close to, but wow. Obviously nobody's going to sell me anything that's permanent because I can only pay face value for it. And they're like, yeah, no. But those 3Gs are potentially of value. The problem is I can't cut a deal with someone to say, hey, it would be worth $200 for me, and you're probably not going to see a run for it, just to prevent me from having to buy this stupid 6 train I have to buy. But they're not allowed to offer it for less than face value or more than face value. And again, presumably that's to prevent people from throwing the game to someone, I guess. But in effect, it takes away this sort of ability to wheel and deal and make mutually beneficial options. So, paying $100 to someone for a train they're never going to get to use again might seem like a terrible deal, but it might be exactly what you need to do. If I could get away with that, that would be fantastic. Paying $360 for such a train, I just don't think so. I do not think that's going to work. That would put me to $600 for an $800 train. It might still be worth it, except my track's really not that good. If I really had a great G run setup, it might still be worth it, but I don't. I have a mediocre one that other people can do better. Of it all is I went through so much work to make sure that I could hook this up easily, right? Made sure I had 2 trains running so that I would get a little bit of an extra edge and get this hooked up early so that I could get my dot in place. Oh, green is the one that's supposed to put their dot there, not orange. Orange wasn't supposed to put it there. Yeah, I'm not objecting to orange at all. Orange had done what it did, and yeah, I can't control this. And the question was, does a dot go here or here? Those are the 2 that I had options on, and I needed both of them. So yeah, I'm fine with the dot choices for the SD. The SB, on the other hand, this green line, whoa, I am just so fucked, and I don't even know which way to go. So, I throw the G train out of my mind right now. Do I work my way up here and hit some boinks, get some nice cities? It's the only place I'm going to find good cities, I think. Do I try to run to get up here and upgrade that? I don't think I'm going to win any race for that. Even if I went up this way, or this way, I just don't think I'm going to get there. So I think the best I can do is I'm a starting line with some interesting track available to me, those T's, but that's it. And those T's aren't going to get that good because there is only 1 gray T and there are 2 remaining brown T's. I don't think any of them have been used yet, so I'm going to be in tight competition for getting track lays there, so I'm not going to get that great a run no matter what I do. Here at least I could break in across. First of all, I have these stupid doinks, which fuck things up. And here I could conceivably break in here and maybe make it to Vienna. And then what am I running? I'm running a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe. I think that's the way I'm going to aim. I really don't like this. Insult to injury, there's no wide curves left. I got no fucking way out. I can branch out of here, but oh my god, what a hell. Can't do that either. The horns of happiness are both gone. Now there's I think 3 of them in 1830. This is just a really hideously short track. There's a really weak track selection in this game, which is part of how you can get screwed. And it's part of, you can set up your strategy to screw people over in that kind of way. But man, again, it plays to some things that are not really, there's no reason why there's a limitation on the number of this type of tracks. That's always been an argument I had to things. But again, I don't think there's really a reason to argue this. He can't run over the Coltrane track, but it's completely different. It's just like all the arguments, all the design choices in this are to make a harshly competitive game about the track lays, the token placements, with a very, very interesting design for how the trains come in. And again, unlike what initially drew me to 18XX was, oh, it's kind of cool. I get to deploy stuff on the board, and it's a stock manipulation game. Well, this one doesn't try to make anything make sense and make realism, but it's still such such a harsh XX design. Oh, I don't fucking know what I'm gonna do. I mean, I guess come straight. If there are any left, those are 24s. There may be a lot of them on the board. I see a couple. I see 3 of them. Yeah, there's not going to be any of them left. Oh my god. Well, I got the piece that loops up here, which is just this totally. It's like the one. It doesn't upgrade into anything, but it's like the one piece that this game has in it for no real reason. Actually, it does upgrade to one thing, but it's like the weirdest piece that a lot of games don't have, and they threw that sucker in instead of a couple of pieces that are actually more generally useful. Wow. I've been rethinking, wow, can I get one of them 3Gs? Is that worth it? Because this is just so hosed. If I were to do that, first of all, I'm not sure anybody wants to sell them. This guy over here, it's going to be coming in at 120. He's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth company. What's his chances of being able to use that? I don't know. Who's going to buy the last 6? That's really the key question. Well, him, unless he buys that 3G off him, in which case I'm not going to sell them. Okay, so if the last, and I don't want to, I want the 6, because he's just not set up to run a G train very well, I don't think. What if I run here? 1, 2. Yeah. I don't really have a good setup to run the 3G. So that's for sure. So I want to get well, not the 3G, the 5G, which maybe I can run. 1, 2. Let's ignore this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, maybe. On the other hand, that's a big maybe. I don't have any dots to protect my way through it there, so I don't think so. Whereas this guy's going to have a bunch of dots. He's going to have a huge pile of dots left to expand with. And now that everybody's played most of their dots, he comes in with whatever's left over. So I think I'm going to want the 6 down there. So what does that mean with that 6? Well, that means so that goes there for the red. That means the next company in line has a chance to buy the 8. Who's going to buy the 8? That's the next question. Who wants it? Whew. Because lots of people want the 5Gs. And there's an unlimited number of 10s, no equivalent on the G trains. Black. Well, to tell you the truth, Black would love the 8, but they have no money. They're not going to buy it. That puts me to yellow. Same situation. Would love it. They don't have the money. Purple. Don't have the money. This is meaning that 3G is going to last for a while. Orange. Got the cash. I would have to get rid of my 6 train to buy the 8. That doesn't seem wise, since I want to move to the 5G as well and have 2 permanent trains of differing types. So probably not, but a maybe. What happens if I sell the 3G? What does that do? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think there's a 3G for sale. I think that's kind of the issue. I mean, it's $360. That's a pile of money. I'm not going to get that kind of cash off of that. Wow. Jeez. And there are only 2 5Gs, right? But there are 1, 2, 3Gs in play. God, I don't even know what to do about this. This guy does not want to sell his 3G. It would mean a crash of his company. Not producing income on its first turn. Not something he really wants to do. Wait, the 6 is going to be gone. Hold on. How much cash do I have? Because maybe I'm willing to. I have a ton of money, actually. I have $600 here and another. All shares were out. Another 840 according to this. So that's 1,400 and something bucks. 1,400 bucks is going to let me buy not both of those. But yeah. So I'm going to need to do a swallow or something. So the answer is no. Over here. He would do it if he could come up with $500 to upgrade to an 8 plus 800 for this, which is $1,300. This is only going to get him up to 900 and something. I don't want to swallow. Fuck that. Because I've got enough money to buy and get myself to 2 permanent trains. But I'd be okay going to an upgrade to an 8 to get the 5, to guarantee I get the 5G. Because where that 5G falls is still kind of a risk. It could still end up in someone else's hands. But if he has to spend a lot of money on a crappy 6 train, he's not going to get it. So I think the answer is no, which means I'm going to have to get the 6 train, which means I have to figure out some way forward. I don't know what that way is. Waste a track lay that maybe doesn't help me or whatever. I upgraded my city. I'm almost certainly going to run through that. I bought my 6 train. You shouldn't be unhappy buying the last of the cheap permanent trains, but he is very unhappy. This was about as big a hose as you can get. Oh, look who's left. Someone. I hope that's a 500. Yeah, it is. Someone who needs to find himself a permanent train. And may have problems because he would probably like the G train, but may end up unable to get it. This was a decent run, $350 swallow. I've got $900. That's enough. I could buy a 10 train damn near. I don't have any dots. I think I want the 5 train more than the 8 train, but I'm not sure. The 8 train is really easy for me to get. I think I want the 5G. Let's see how I could get the 5G. Well, I don't know that I can get it. What can I do with the 8 train? I can come 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 maybe. I think that's kind of the best I can do. I really do. I have no more dots. I can't get any more. I think my chances of getting the 5G are almost nothing. And I could actually shoot through here instead of there. So that becomes better too. So I think I would just settle for the 8 train. But I can't buy it. I should have sold my 3G to him. I didn't see that I had one there. I only saw the 2. He was falling asleep while the decision was being made. Sucks. Well, yeah, he would have been fine with the 6 train. He wouldn't have had to swallow if he bought the 6 train, right? Pile of cash I didn't need. Oh, do I want to rewind? Because that extra 320 actually puts me in a really good position without the swallow. Shit. You know what? I'm going to rewind here because I think this is just hugely in his advantage, in both people's advantage. Right? I wasn't able to get my piece. Let me see what I want to do. I want to buy. So I paid $600 for that. I get my $600 back. I think this fixes everything, to tell you the truth. I pay my $600 back. I don't want to upgrade this. In his 350 run, which isn't going to be a 350 run. That's fine. Because I'm going to pay it out. $360 will get me that 3G train. That buys me a little bit of time and a hope of getting the 5 train. It's my best solution, I think. I don't know. I know that I'm just thoroughly disgusted by what happens here. I'll buy a dot there and do what I can. So green bought itself the choo-choo. Built track to get up here, whatever. We're happy enough. That means it's blue's turn. Blue is tickled pink. I don't know what their run is. They'll do the same upgrade that they did, which was this space, 7, 11, 14, 18. I'll pay that out because now I have the money to get a 6 train instead of the 8 train. Why is the 6 train great? Well, because it gives me more cash on hand to play around with. I'm not going to get a big thing, but what was I looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4. What can I go through here? 5, 6. I don't know. I don't know. The 8 was more attractive. Yeah, I'll just buy the 6 train. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's wrong with this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's fine. Adding those 2 extra, yeah, it would be good, but fuck it. Really not sure that this was a good deal for either player, to tell you the truth. In his case, that 3G is just such an iffy thing for $360. But I got a pile of money. I got a shot at the 5G. We'll see what happens. Over here, I got the 6 train. I got $300. I probably can't get the 5G. I probably have a weaker train than I could have possibly had. But I'm not sure. I'm not going to get a double run with these because the 8 is going to come out before I get the other run. Because look who has to buy it. So not the least bit happy at having to buy an 8 train. Which is part of what's going on here. Is it's really an unpleasant purchase for him. I'm going to owe about $400. It's up here. I got no more dots. I got nothing I upgraded here. There's $800 for the train. That's going to crush the 4s. I want to juggle the 3G, do I? Like, what are my chances of getting a 5G over here? I don't know, but it's not really cost effective for them in terms of the places I can hit. And this is the cheapest train I'm going to be able to purchase with this company. Do I want to pay out of pocket? Juggling trains might allow me to use some of the cash of the KK. Because I'm eating up a lot of my money. I was ahead of everyone except this guy. Now, it's not so clear. Swallowed up all my cash into my personal treasury. I would probably undo that. I think that was a horrible move, and I should be using the huge finances that I'm going to be getting out of this company to buy myself my trains. But we done what we done, and it is essentially irreversible. I could kind of look and try to figure out. There was like 450 something bucks in here, right? You know, I paid an $800 train. God. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think this was wise. I don't think spending $400 for that is wise. I don't think getting a bunch of trains on here is all that good. I think I'm better off funding it. So I'm gonna go back to the video and try to see how much money I just pulled off that train, off that company, and undo that move, because I really don't think that $800 run was a good idea, or that $800 purchase, especially since I've got enough money for 2 trains, don't I? Don't I? I don't know. There's only 840 on here. Another 600 and something plus the 400. That's going to get me 2 trains. And I can put one of the trains over on the red line. Yeah, I do not want to buy that 8 train. Ability is one of the greatest things about the video. I had to look at a couple of them, but yeah, I had exactly 440 there. It was clear as day to see. And what that means is, now, I'm going to leave $5 because a buck doesn't matter. I'm going to pay the rest of the money and buy the 3G. That should get me enough cash on there to be able to buy 2 trains fairly easily. And we went back. Did we not? Yeah, we went back already. We hit time to run the KK to set it up. Maybe a shit. Got my 5 tokens here. 1 token there, 1 token there, and I'm missing one. No, I had them all when I played recently, so it's not the fact that it's a used game. It's simply the fact that I seem to have lost a token somewhere in my mess. Just lost my mind. Okay, so this one replaces these 2. I'm just not making sense in my own brain right now. These guys come away, and yeah, I'm sorry about the confusion that's going on right now in my head. I gotta get all that cash. There are no trains. The shares played out, and an extra 840 in that treasury. This is in 1,920 bucks sitting on there. Not enough for 3 trains though. Pity, you know, whatever. Which is a big deal, because I would love to get multiple trains, especially on this company where I have 50% or more than 50%. And especially since I'm juggling things around and trying to get things going, the things aren't going the way I want them to, not in any sense of the word. But this is what I gotta face, and there's no question about that. We're on there. We're fairly far down the line, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th in line. There may not be any 5Gs available. There may not be any 8s available. I may be paying $2,000, but that's cheaper out of my pocket than the $400 that I was going to throw into there. And oh boy. All right, that is the end of finally this operating round. It was a mess. Horrible things happened all over the place. I don't know if his purchase was a good move. If he hadn't done it though, The 8 would have been bought here, which would have... Oh, is he slipping it? No, he's not slipping ahead of the one person who's almost assured to buy an 8. But the 8 would have been bought here, and what would that have meant for anyone? Well, I don't know. Probably no difference on that end. Green would have had to buy Green would have had to buy the 6. The 8 would have been bought here. And yeah, I don't even know what to say anymore. My brain is fried. I don't think it's COVID this time. The CL company has such an ugly situation for their trains. Honestly, I had these beautiful routes last time I played, and this time all the routes seem really, really clamped down on and harshed. So I had a lot of thought about this. I could start breaking out through here and try to get my G train running there, and maybe I want to eventually, but I can't play a token here. More importantly, I couldn't play a token here. I would have loved to. The money's just wasn't there. Now some of it is, not all of it. And I'm not going to get another shot at it. So what I ended up doing is running my big 4G train on a 3 run, and had I expanded this instead, I actually could have increased my money more. Let me do that. Instead of playing this. Okay, so that's oh, I jumped all the way up anyway. Okay, I cheated anyway. I think there was a yellow tile there. So that's $2 less. The 8 has been bought, right? The 8 has not been bought. Never mind. Okay. So it's only a 34 run. I was going to increase this to the gray tile so that I could zip through there at least. But for one run, get a little bit more money. But yeah, I'm running my G train down here, which is really only a 3 run, and my 5 train therefore is running here on a 4 run, and that gets me to 34. I might as well pay out that $340. I don't think really does me any good. I'm not going to shift trains for that. But it's turning out that CL is a really horrible setup again. Even though, like with the SB here, I went out of my way to try to make sure it was hooked up and everything. Yeah, but what it hooked up to wasn't so good this time. Alright. It's not a game where you can just completely spreadsheet sort of the last part of the game. The last part of the game lasts for quite a while, like it does in 1830 or whatever. There's a fair amount of room, because there's so many just regular tiles to be laid down for jockeying to try to get through and around things, for extra dots to be played at the end because there's money being generated with things. A lot of the games have this kind of, you know what, the last set of operating rounds, just screw it, just calculate it, they all run. They can't lay track, they can't make better money, they just run 3 times and, you know, make it that easy spreadsheet automatically. And in part that's because somebody will zone out on the game and try to figure out some way of making 10 or 20 extra bucks, and it'll add an extra hour to the game while people are doing that. But this is one where it's necessary. Alright, we'll be going, I guess, to the yellow company with its 4G. Optimal place for growth is not moving in the direction that seemed obvious, but rather starting back here and running this way, not into there, but and that runs at 25 a share. And why is that a big deal? Because this is all blocked off. There's just not going to be much that I could gain. I mean, maybe I could get a doink here, but maybe I still can. Instead, and maybe I could cut through here, and there's a little bit down here. But in this route, as long as I don't hit any more towns, if I can break through down to here by using some of these doinkers, or maybe some of these, I can get a much bigger run. It's probably not going to actually work because that can be dotted out. That would be my entrance way. But at the very least, there might be a big loop or something like that that can be run through here. So there's some opportunity for advancement. That's running at 25 a share, and we're paying that out, obviously. $250 isn't going to get us a permanent train again. Next, and there's an interesting opportunity which may not be of any value for me track-wise, but for $140, which I don't have. Oh fuck! I could cut here, drop a dot up here. Remember, the 8 hasn't come out. I can't lay the gray track and just throw my dot in. Maybe I'll be able to, maybe I won't, but I could assure it for an extra $40. However, there is no other connection that I can see that I can make quickly, mainly because that was closed out. If that hadn't been closed out, I could shoot right in there and drop the dot down there. So I don't know. For time, the Hungarians have 3 trains. One I hooked up here, and I don't know if this is the best move. Maybe I should be getting an extra 10 a share running through there. But right now this adds about 30 or 40 bucks, whatever. Which is this run coming from here, scootering down to here, up, and then down here. And that's pretty sweet. Then I've got a problem. I've got 2 trains. I could lay a dot. I had the money for a dot. But there isn't really a lot in the way of open dots. I could have maybe tried to, I don't know. I don't see anywhere where I could have easily broken that dot if I hadn't played here. So my big choices were between upgrading this or playing this. And the reason this is important to upgrade is there's only one of those browns left. So I may be hurting myself for the rest of the game. But a little bit of early money or earlier money might be more important. Who knows? Those are the kind of, it's not real early money. So I'm running a 4 train between these 2 spaces and a 6 train up here, which, is clearly not the most impressive use of that kind of trainage. But that gets me up to the 59 run, which is the same place the Südbahn was. Crunch is really turning into a problem that I hadn't really foreseen. There's no space on any of these companies. Now, so far, nobody's had the cash to turn into a train, but the Südbahn does. Maybe I should have bought a cheap shit train. No, Karl Ludwig doesn't have room for one, so couldn't have anyway. The only thing I can do is I could convert my 6 into an 8. This is the first of the 8s. I was expecting that to fall so I could maybe buy my 5G train. If I can't get the 5G, that's a problem. But I got no room to buy a 4th train at this point in the game. And because the train limit shifts before the final couple trains come out. And this is a painful situation. I mean, look at the other companies. The KK is obviously going to buy it if I don't, but what does that do to me? It takes away my chance of getting the 5G. But on the other hand, yeah, I could upgrade to the 8 train, but I have no chance of getting the 5G if I upgrade to the 8. How many 5Gs are going to go? Well, what the hell is wrong with that? Oh, this is planning on buying from there. Okay. So I can count on that thing buying a 5G. Well, not a 5G, but a train for this. That's not going to be a 5G. That's going to be an 8. We have about enough money for 2 trains and no more than that over on there. So what does the KK want? The KK is not set up for the big coal run. It's not really set up for shit at all, to tell you the truth. It's just hosed. Because so much of a tight noose was built around Vienna that it just doesn't have room for much of anything. So 2 8s might go for those two. This guy wants a 5G, so that's one of the 5Gs. There's only 2 of them in the game. So if somebody else is gonna buy one, I got a problem. I don't think anybody else is. So I am okay running what I got, and one way or another I should get a second train. I may have to swallow though, because it's beginning to look kind of tight here, and if I swallow, then I'll have enough money for maybe more than one train. I don't know. I can say, although I like the decision making better where there isn't train exports, I can see a situation where this guy maybe isn't doing all that well, but is running the extra 5 train. I don't see another 5 train on the board, to tell you the truth. It must have been exchanged for a 6. He may not be doing great, and there's no real desire to crush him, and it ends up leaving more complex routes out there, which slows the game down a little bit. It may also be a situation where somebody has to take a big hit to bring that 10 train out, which looks pretty likely, to tell you the truth. I think in most games the 10 train would be a place that would be kind of a blocker. And there may be too many trains overall in this game. It's just the 10 train is a painful choice. Even no matter what you're doing, even if you're upgrading an 8, it's still $600, and this is generally, I think, a tight map. It certainly is this time. Last time I was able to find a 10 train run for the Red Company. They're the only ones who had one, and they might still have something pretty decent kicking around down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's getting kind of tight. 7, 8. The days of a G train on the Südbahn are largely gone anyway. I'm cut here. I can run one out of here for this turn until they die, but I'm going to have to go through a lot of work to make this hook up for me. And that kind of work is generally, not worth buying a train in order to make that work. Otherwise, I'll be running out of here with very little. It's a hell of a 3G run. Comes from here. Boink. 1, 2, 3. Boink in. Which might be worth it, except I have so many choo-choos on this thing for now that I'm having trouble finding places to run them all. If I do that, I'll be basically running one a 3 train there, which would be the 4, and then the 6 over here. And that's probably the best I can do. I forgot about this town. So I can't do this. I could do this, which may not be as appealing. I'm having a real hard time coming up with. Once you get to 3 routes in complicated patterns, trying to merge them all on a map, it's painful. Generally, most of the games are not. Well, that's changing more as we go. There's more and more complicated spaghetti maps showing up as the boards get tighter and tighter, compared to the ideal being sort of the 1870 map, or a map. Once Vienna turns into something that you can get out of in all directions, life gets easier. And I had an easier time last time because I cheated. When the 6 train came out, I brought the Grey Track in, put it down, and boom, that opened up all kinds of routes. Well, it's not until the 8, and by the time the 8 comes out, people aren't sitting on 3 big trains anymore. The map is simple early in the game, so you don't have to worry about it. Companies have usually fairly discrete routes. But now there's this tangled ooze with 2 different types of trains being run, and there's lots of combinations of track where, there are parallel types of tracks and stuff that get built in this game. Not just this, but where there's significant differences and stuff, and it's just, it just makes your head explode. I'm beginning to wonder. The first time I played it, I was very, very excited about what I was seeing, especially in the early part of the game. I'm beginning to wonder if the effort, I'm seeing less of that this time, now that I know more about it, and I'm playing a little more defensively with players and such not. The routes aren't getting as big as they did. Of course, people are getting screwed even worse than they did. So I don't know. I'm probably doing something horribly wrong with some of these companies. But yeah, the headache value has gotten above that, whatever initial fun value there was earlier on. The headache value on this particular board is getting way up there. Some of that's just because I'm videoing. Games are harder to cope with when I do this. It helps drive my play and makes it so that, I ought to play a board game. I got to get these games played. I got to get them online and videoed and everything like that. So it creates some sort of structure that's more, that maybe is necessary in my life now for getting things done. But, Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. Ended up down here for ultimate money, adding another space, although in a sense I could have probably gotten close to as much, but I don't know, not really. That gets me to a 57 run, a little less than I had before. I think things have gotten sliced up more, mainly my G train did. What does that mean here? Well, if I swallowed 570, I would have about $1,300. $1,300 is just about what I need to buy to upgrade to an 8 train. That will get me down to 1 train for these and buy a 5G. Do I fucking want that? I think so. I got the 5G can run here. 1, 2, 3 for now. 4, 5. And the 8, well, I don't know where the 8's going to run eventually. Because this is really painful that got played there. But I should have room for an 8. This is right now like a 6 or a 7 already. But I think I can get more in there. So I think it's worth doing that swallow. Crush out the trains, make things a little harsher. This company, with all its train power, doesn't look very exciting to me. Yes, it'll probably sell, yeah, well, it's got to sell a train to here. But it doesn't look like an exciting company to me. Red doesn't look that exciting. Yes, I could get to some doinkers and maybe get a coal train in there, but otherwise, I don't think that's very appealing. I'll be getting rid of all the 4s and all the 3Gs that are on the board. That doesn't hurt the Carl Ludwig, which is mine, but it does hurt a lot of the other railroads that are out there that would otherwise get a run. So yeah, let's do some hurt. To phase 7, the first 8 train. Gray tiles are available, the 4s are scrapped, the 5Gs are available. We bought the 5G, boom. I was able to do that because I had 3 train slots, so I exchanged the 6 for an 8. That killed the 4, left the space for the 5G. This fucks up the world for other people. So we're on the KK. I still have this shitty Vienna tile. I got a dot in it, I'm in the northern section, but what it means is I can't get to Budapest and drop my dot in Budapest, which I would have liked to have upgraded to the gray and grabbed that dot, because other than that possibility, the KK has kind of no way out of Vienna that's of any value for any of these big trains. I have to look at what my 2 companies are going to run. So, and which one's going to get the, I think one of them is going to get the G train. Among other things, it's only $800. Granted, I could spend the $1,800. I actually have enough money to buy an 8 and a 10. So if that's appealing, I'll go with it. If I buy the 5G, it screws this guy over. That's not a big goal. I look at him, and I don't think he's sitting on one of the winning hands, whereas I might be. One way to tell, I have a $500 chip here. This guy has a $500 chip, and nobody else does. Another way, though, is what about stock values? Well, the stock values all look pretty depressed. Nobody's been running their stock value up high, particularly. But if there was something that was, it's that yellow and black that are furthest right, and we see those are sitting, again, over there. If we look at trains, well, that's where things don't look so good for me. There's 2 permanent trains here, only 1 here, once the 10 comes out, which will be shortly, very shortly, because he's going to have to buy it. This guy's got 2 trains on his only company. And that's going to produce good money. You can see it's already producing good money. That's 2 permanent trains on there. I'm not going to be able to get 3 permanent trains on my company, unless maybe I swallow. Maybe I make enough that I have, especially if I only spend the $1,600 and I have a couple $100 extra bucks. But that couple $100 extra bucks might be my dot money. All right, now I have to figure out then which of the 2 companies needs the G train the more, right? Well, there's no way out here, right? Up here, there's no way out. I'm blocked off. Red has a chit here, though. So if Red had the 5G, among other things, I could run from here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not bad. But what about the 8 train? I mean, one of the problems with the KK is I don't have a guaranteed easy way out. Maybe here. So I'd be looking at 1, 2, 3, and that might be more appealing. With the 8 train, I really don't have a way out with the KK. Whereas with the BH, I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think I'm gonna buy the 8 train for the BH in intention, and the 5G for the KK. So if the KK is buying the 5G, I may really want this dot. So what is that 5G going to be doing? 1, 2, no, 1, 2, yeah, that's not very good. 1, 2, 3. It's not too bad. I have a run through here, so I'll be able to come back further. So yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. What does that mean I need for track? I need a dot. Maybe this one. Son of a bitch, wouldn't you know it? It's gonna blast through here with a wide curve, drop my dot in there. There are no wide curves left again. How often do you run out of the yellow track? It happened in 1830 every now and then but it was usually, yeah, sometimes it was the wide curves. But the density of track that's happening in this game, and it's not upgraded track, right? Because you really want these disparate routes. You don't want necessarily complicated different ways to get into the same place. There's plenty of space, so there's plenty of room for these yellow tracks to be played. I would guess that the goods time fixes that to a large extent, because it adds a bunch of doinker tracks into the game, including some new types that will free up. First of all, there'll be doinkers on more spaces on the board, so there are more places you can run to, or there's less yellow spaces. Wow. All right, time to think again then. Multiple ways to skin a cat, so I'm opening up more options. Budapest, if it opens up at the right point, will get me in there nicely. You know what? Screw that. I don't want to play this. This doesn't really add me anything. Instead, I'm going to upgrade the Vienna tile and get myself the flexibility that I need. Of course, that opens it up for yellow as well, but too bad. Yellow doesn't have any tokens. It's one of my coal running companies. 2 of my coal companies are going to be running non-coal running, non-G trains. Remember, these are companies that spent most of their game setting up their G train. This happened to me last game with the blue. This is particularly, and I think with green too, this is particularly an ugly situation, and it has to do with the pattern of how the companies enter, and the fact that I held off with them with this one maybe, but not so much with that one. So it's just hard to see what happened. Of course, I knew I was going to get a permanent. I knew I was going to get stuck with the permanent 6 there, and I'm kind of set up so it's not that horrible. But man, the green company, they are not thrilled with this. The last precious tile there. And you know what I'm curious about? Whether, I didn't bother checking to see if I didn't. Oh, these pieces all say goods time on the back. That's cool. Okay. As opposed to most of the pieces, which I think are double printed with the same stuff on them, which to me is a lost opportunity of some sort. I don't know what. Yeah, so I grabbed the last one of these because I'm going to want to run there. I was able to run from Budapest into Vienna for maybe the only time in the game. Hit here, but whatever. And actually, that was stupid. I can make a buck more by not running there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How about that? So we don't even need to take advantage of that. Let me give everybody a buck for that. But that ran then at 27 a share. Has one interesting option for all their 10 train that's going to be running through a bunch of doinkers early in the game, but I might be able to manipulate things to get things a little better. Actually, I may not have to. Here's why. I upgrade Budapest And now I got two real interesting options. One is I can drop a dot in Budapest. Now, this is going to cost me $100 of pocket money, but my company is such shit if I don't do this. $100 in Budapest and gets me access to Vienna and whatever's up here. $100 in Vienna is a lot less interesting because things are so tight around it. So we're going to drop that dot into Budapest, and we're going to curse the fact that we put the dot there, because I would really rather have that $60 that I'm going to have in my pocket. But such is. Money the Treasury has, we'll just move that into mine like I did the other time, right? So 5, 6, 7, 50. Let's get another 25 there. What we do here. Oh look, I don't have enough money. How about that? Well, how bad is it? That's a good question. Do I own anything that's shit? Yeah, kinda. I'm allowed to sell that share. Let's do that. It's not horrible in the long run, but we're out of, this is the last operating round, so this isn't going to produce anything for me. So let's sell that for $60. Okay, we're getting closer. I don't have to sell anything. That's one of the keys here. But since this is the last operating round, it might make sense to sell things. Okay, this is interesting. I'm not sure if sales in outside a stock round impact the price of the company. Normally they do, but this is specified here. And not here that I can see. So here's the thing. The rules lawyer would say, it's not in the rules. Obviously, the only time the share price changes is in the stock round. But there's a looseness to the way the rules are written. Over here, and sometimes these take, in this rule book, I feel like these take precedence to some extent. It just says one space down per sale. That's the general case, so I am going to have that have an impact here. That if somebody sells shares, it doesn't matter that it's in the stock round or not, regardless of how the rules are organized here. That's the standard in 18XX, but I could see somebody who's going by, the rules say in a stock round there. And I would have to just say that these rules are so loosely written in some cases that I have no confidence. I have more confidence in it's probably following what 18XX, the designer probably intended what 18XX generally does, which means that if you sell something, whether in the stock round or not, and that there tends to be an organizational thing that's similar to this that tells you when these things happen. But that may actually be a Lonnie thing, to tell you the truth. I'm just thinking, I've played a couple of his games, and maybe he does mean this. Maybe he does mean that the price shouldn't go down. It's not a big deal either way, but it definitely hurts the guy holding a bunch of reds. After that, the question comes to, what else would I want to sell? I could actually sell my own shitty shares, I believe. As long as I'm not, as long as nothing's changing hands. Yeah. And my shitty shares should be easy to get back. And this is a way for me to sell my shares without, I don't know how shitty they really are. They don't look that terrible anymore. But this is a way for me to sell my shares without having to, without losing the capability to protect them. Since they're not going to make money anyway, do I want to? It drops my stock value, but only by one space. Otherwise, if I don't sell any shares, I'll be taking out a loan for a couple $100, and I immediately pay 50% interest on that. And I don't have another source of income, so I'll be paying another 50% on top of that. So I think I want to sell shares in this particular instance. In a lot of instances, you don't. You're early in the operating round sequence, and you're only a few bucks short, and all kind of stuff like that. But yeah, here I think I want to do the standard type of emergency financing and actually sell off shares, and preferably of my own shit, because that's going to be easier to get back. I don't know. I mean, I definitely don't want to sell Sudabon, that's for sure, and I don't want to sell this. These others, maybe it's better than selling my own shares and depressing my price by $10. Hard call. Because there are shares of those available. Where's Priority? Priority's up there. What are people holding? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He's full. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not full. So, but there's 2 of each of those, so I can match whatever one. He won't be buying. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know which one's more appealing to get rid of. Well, I'll try to make a decision. Maybe based on the price, what gets me the cash. The easiest option, because I needed $160, and there's obviously no shares worth $160, was selling 2 of my own cheap stuff. That drops them down to 80. I got a few extra bucks left, and I don't feel very comfortable. I got a 10 train. We go to the phase changes for the 10 train, and 5 trains are scrapped, and the 3G, if it had been kicking around in anything earlier, gets scrapped along with it, which means we kill off the last of the non-permanent trains, of course. And ouch. We're still not done. Actually, this had not paid out already. I owe $20. I made it exactly. I've got $2 to spare. This means I'm not going to be, it means I'm not going to be buying shares. And I'll have to sell shares off if I want to protect my company with my nice fancy 10 train on it. Rap. That puts us on the last company, and go say morning to my wife. The last of the companies, this set of operating rounds. Remember, it only goes 2 because the 6th train came out now, and that's when we go to 3 operating rounds, not brown as in every other XX game, just about. Right, same with the grays and the 6s versus the 8s. And again, maybe Lonnie has a tendency to make that a common thing, and he's written a lot of games recently, so I got to be more careful about my expectations in terms of that kind of stuff. Looking at the last company to run, this red one, yeah, I know I'm going to buy the 8 train, and I got an 8 run right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, not quite, 5, 6, 7. Well, 8 if I go through here, but it's not very good. Well, I want to upgrade this. I can't. That piece isn't available. I could go grab it if I so desired. I'm not sure I really do. However, if I don't grab that, what then do I have? And that's kind of the problem. So this, I can't get through that very easily. There's like one piece that upgrades to that. This one, or from that. This one. I don't think anything else does. And that's one of the problems, you know, these kind of rare pieces, they generally also align with not very many pieces that you can turn them from into. And in that case, the particular piece that I could turn it into doesn't do me a damn bit of good. It doesn't open up. What I want is, and I've seen this in some games, not the cross, but something that like links me in there. But these guys, which are sort of the magical chits that are available in almost all the XXs, and I'm always trying to figure out how to fit them into places, and they never quite fit in the right way whenever I need them to. Every now and then they do, but very often it's just like, oh no, it's just not the piece I need, and the piece I need doesn't exist, or it's not available. But it's funny, I wonder if these are different on the different sides. That would be, no. It would be interesting if you had reverses of the pieces. So you had the mirror pieces on the other side so that you had twice as many available if the track worked out in a certain way that made that more appealing. But anyway, there's no easy way for me to link in this way. I might be able to cut through there. You know, what are the chances? I don't know. But there ain't much for me to upgrade. I think the best thing for me to do is just grab this T. I'm going to probably want to bust through there, get extra money that way. But I would really love to get through either Vienna or Budapest and get the extra cash for one of them. That's not guaranteed to be available though. The reason here is, if I'm coming from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, well, I don't really have room. I've got my 2 endpoints. Granted, this one kind of sucks at 50. So if I could come from here up and through, then it starts becoming more valuable because I got a 60 city here. That's not much worse than those others. Let's just do this. And I got $5. Much as I've been avoiding doing this in this game, because there's a tendency to be able to create money, this guy's going to be able to create money. So I'm going to make sure that I keep some bucks on here. And I'm going to buy that 8 train. And that sends him back. And that's the end of the operating round. And I will send this up before the stock round. But, well, if a 10 train hadn't sold, they would crash the 5s at this point. And that's the thing, you know. Things were engineered in such a way that a 10 train had to be purchased, but that might not be the case in all games, which leads to this kind of interesting situation. At least right now, there's no guarantee, you know, if it hadn't been for train exports throughout the game, I don't know if we would have gotten this, you know, to this deep into the trains anyway. And the threat of them makes you keep buying more trains, right? So the train rush is engineered in a sense just by the rules as opposed to by the players, because you know they're going to come out. You know, you can't just leave that last 5 train out there thinking it's not a good purchase, and then the whole game slows down for that. That choice isn't left to the player's decision. The trains are going to come out, and you know, so those 5 trains, they're going to crash, whatever. But a lot of times I like that decision that's made by the players as to, yeah, I don't really know that I want them to come out. And it ends up a game of chicken. Somebody's got to take the hit to dislodge the person who's winning the game, or else just leave it there. And that may be what's disliked here, is that someone has to take a hit. Who's going to do it? I kind of like that, because my feeling is, well, you know, if you're clearly in second place and you're not going to gain on the first place player, maybe it's your choice to do it. Or if you if it doesn't hurt you that much, but it hurts another player or players more, maybe it's your job to do it. But those kind of discussions, you know, I could see recalcitrant players being unwilling, you know, to take any kind of hit when someone else could do it instead. And this gets rid of that problem. All right, let's send this one up. One thing I'm thinking before I do send it up, the fact that I have no idea how long the video is running means I have no idea when to stop. You know, I mean, I know I'm over an hour on this one, but I don't have the little number right in front of me. All I have right now is 20 seconds, what I've been talking right now. So unlike the other Averio cameras, where I had an idea how much time I used up and how much of my memory I've used and all that, none of that's available here. I don't know. I don't want to fuck around with it while I'm running, but yeah. And I don't think it's really clearly available. I don't know. I could look for the instructions or something, see if it's in there. But it's like, yeah, what I want to do is I want to have the kind of camera I had with the detail and information I have on it. I have all this information that I didn't used to have. Like I have IAD, TW, all this shit that I don't know what the hell it does. Okay. Oh, it looks like... Anyway, I've got this thing with a finger in the ear. A picture of a dude with a finger in the ear. Again, I don't know what that is. You know? The other one, I just turned it on and it told me the information I needed to know. How much memory I have on the in general, it was how much memory I have left, how much time I have left on the card for the settings that I have, which is an incredibly useful thing. Knowing how long I've been talking would have been useful at one point, back when my YouTube videos were like limited to 15 minutes or whatever. And I can see that being a valuable choice. It's just, you know, so now I ramble on without any real sense of rush because I don't have that clear indication. I know I'm over time, but I don't have that clear indication that I am. Anyway, that was the bonus track for this one.